conference. My name is Ilya Lenskis. I'm the director of the Museum Jews in Latvia, and I have an honor and privilege to be also on the steering committee of this conference, which is co-organized by several institutions, and first and foremost, of course, by United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, but also Center for Judaic Studies at the University of Latvia. Our museum has a small contribution, and also we are very grateful to our colleagues from Yad Vashem and from Lithuania's National Library for their support. I think all of us here in this auditorium, and also I hope a grand number of people watching us online, have more or less understanding what we will be discussing here. And of course, we encourage you to be active participants. This is an academic conference, and academia develops with questions and answers and discussions. So I don't think that I need to remind you not to hesitate to ask questions. And as a first, for the introductory words, it's my honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Gundars Bērziņš, professor and director of University of Latvia.
Good morning, Ambassador, distinguished guests, scholars, researchers from Baltics and all around Europe and United States. Thank you very much for being here in the University of Latvia in this historic building to talk about history, very important part of our history, to remember what we are doing right and what we are doing wrong. And the conference on Jewish life in the Baltic region before, during and after Holocaust is exactly the conference we should learn, listen and understand how the history shaped lives of nations, shaped life of Jewish people here in Baltics. We also should remember great resilience of people, how they managed to survive, how they understood their way forward, and understood how not to repeat this kind of situation in the world, and understand how to live further with dignity, humility, understanding of the present situation is based on the history. And I would say that the present situation we are all in also shows us that the teachings of history is important. Our university is taking part in research in this area, and I'm very grateful for researchers who are doing it here in the University of Latvia. And researchers who are gathering here have a great part in spreading the knowledge about the historical events. I would like to thank all our guests from all around the world, as I already mentioned, and showing us how to do the internationalization of these kind of events so that everyone understands and remembers the teachings of history, as already mentioned. So, for my very short introduction, I would like to say again, thank you. Have a great conference. Looking forward to hear also afterwards what are the main conclusions and how we can be helpful in the future as well. Thank you very much and have a great conference.
So if we speak about the part of our conference name, which is the Holocaust, in recent years we see the increasing role of International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, not only as an intergovernmental political organization, but also as an institution organizing academic research and also providing financial means for the academic research, and some of our colleagues here in the among the participants are also connected with IRA. And so, as the president country of the IRA this year is Great Britain, it's my pleasure to give the floor for introductory words to Ambassador of Great Britain to Latvia, Mr. Paul Brummell.
Ilya, thank you very much. Mr. Rector, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you so much for this invitation to join the conference, Jewish Life in the Baltic region, before, during and after the Holocaust. I really wanted to congratulate all of the organisers of this important event, the University of Latvia and its Centre of Judaic Studies, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the Jews in Latvia Museum here in Riga, as well as Israeli and Lithuanian contributing organisations. As Ilya said, the United Kingdom is currently the chair of IRA. It's an important organisation bringing together 35 countries, including Latvia, and it's great to see Latvia's representative with us today. Its role to advance education, remembrance and research on the Holocaust. So during our few months so far that we've been chair of IRA, I've sought to visit and pay respects at many places of Holocaust atrocities here in Latvia. Sites of the mass killing of thousands of Jews at Rumbula and Bikinieki outside Riga, Šķēde near Liepāja, and many other sites. I wanted to offer a few thoughts on the memorials at those sites, structures that I think illustrate a range of responses to the question of how to memorialize the Holocaust. And this real challenge. I mean, there's a kind of famous quote, it's probably a misquote, so I'm conscious this is a very academic audience, so everyone will correct me, but German philosopher Theodor Adorno is said to have commented that to write lyric poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric. Monuments could be problematic. They might serve to console the viewer or redeem events in a context where neither consolation nor redemption is appropriate. Memorials reflect the objectives and the aspirations of the regime in power. And of course, here in Latvia, after the Second World War, it was the Soviet Union who were in power. Latvia was under Soviet occupation. And the Soviets did indeed seek to emphasize the barbarism of the Nazis, but they were rather less keen to identify Jews as the victims. Rather, their memorialization was all about emphasis of patriotic international solidarity. You can see that really clearly in the monument, opened in 1967 on the site of the Salaspils concentration camp. It has very large concrete sculptures themed around concepts like mother, the unbroken, the humiliated. The 1955 Soviet memorial at the Šķēde Dunes near Liepāja, where 3,000 Jews, mainly women and children, were shot between 15 and 17 December 1941, is a case in point. The memorial is an obelisk. Its inscription, beneath a red Soviet star, talks about the 19,000 Soviet patriots of Liepāja killed by the Nazis. Now, neither the text nor the rather classical form of the monument make any reference to Jews. The same at Rumbula, where 25,000 prisoners brought from the Riga ghetto were shot over 2 days at the end of 1941. A memorial stone erected in 1964 simply read, "To the victims of fascism," albeit at least it was written in Yiddish alongside Latvian and Russian. But following the restoration of Latvian independence, memorials have incorporated Jewish traditions and imagery. The monument at Rumbula, unveiled in 2002, designed by Sergei Rij, centers on a menorah as a tree of life, surrounded by uncut stones, symbolic of a Jewish cemetery. At Šķēde, A new memorial built in 2005 also incorporates a menorah design. This one, a giant stone menorah laid on the ground, its flames symbolized by large rough-cut stone slabs inscribed in Hebrew with quotations from the Lamentations of Jeremiah. And at Bikanieki, where 35,000 people were killed during the Nazi occupation, the memorial, also by Sergei Raiņa, centers on a black granite cube symbolizing an altar inscribed with a quote from the book of Job. Debates around Holocaust memorialization are though continuing. So at Shevchenko, for example, you see a more modest memorial plaque installed in 2006 by a different commissioning organization. Its theme, United in Death, pointing out that some 2,000 Soviet POWs and 1,000 non-Jewish Latvians were murdered here between 1941 and 1945, alongside 3,640 Jews. Although themselves Jewish, they evidently felt that the previous memorial focused perhaps too exclusively on Jews killed at Shevchenko. All of these monuments had the close involvement of Jewish organizations. But in Tzipora, a town with very few surviving Jews, a rather different sort of monument has appeared to remember Jews killed in the Holocaust. Entitled 1941 Path, it involves concrete sculptures of shoes placed outside the homes of Jewish families identified in the 1935 census. The shoes are based on casts of shoes donated by local people. They've been worn by personal use. And this monument, I think, is a lot about teaching non-Jewish locals about the Jewish heritage of the town. The memorialization of the Holocaust remains, I think, quite a controversial and challenging thing. The US Jewish academic James E. Young even suggested that traditional monuments didn't work at all when faced with the barbarism of the Holocaust, since their fixed and immutable forms divested the viewer of the obligation to remember. He championed an ephemeral form he described as a counter-monument, whose essence lies in the interaction with its audience, like the Harburg Monument Against Fascism, designed by Jochen Gertz and Esther Schalev-Gertz, unveiled in 1986. It's a 12-meter-high aluminium column whose lead coating would be inscribed by local people as it was gradually lowered into the ground until it disappeared completely. But Young seems to have moderated his views. He was a member of the selection committee for the Memorial to the Murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin, a memorial that, though abstract, is certainly not a counter-monument. So memorials to the Holocaust are part of our obligation to remember, our obligation to educate. They're an important part of ensuring that successor generations understand the Holocaust, to ensure that it's never repeated. Wish you all a really successful conference. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And so to people who were more directly involved in organizing the conference, including the practicalities and technicalities in a way, from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, Ms. Anna Ullrich, Director of International Academic Programs at the Jack Joseph and Morton Mandel Center for Advanced Holocaust Studies.
Professor Gundars, Bērziņš, Your Excellency, Ambassador Paul Brummell. On behalf of the Mandel Center for Advanced Holocaust Studies at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all here who have joined in this room, as well as online, to the international conference Jewish Life in the Baltics before, during, and after the Holocaust. For our museum, it is crucial to foster research on the regions where the Holocaust unfolded. And when I look at the program of the next couple of days, I am delighted and excited about the wide range of topics that researchers are taking on. However, it is not only important to foster and engage research on the topic of Jewish life in the Baltics before, during, and after the Holocaust, but also to do so in the places themselves. We could and we would not be able to do so without the strong on-site support of our partners, and I want to thank our colleagues at the Center for Judaic Studies at the University of Latvia and the Museum of Jews in Latvia for their support and expertise on the ground. It is thanks to you that you have that within support framework of this program, we will also be able to gain insight into important discussions that are ongoing here on the ground, how memorialization and research is unfolding in Latvia. I also don't think that it is a secret that the excursion on Thursday to central places of the Holocaust, but also of important cultural sites of Jewish history in Latvia, is one of the highlights of this event, and I'm grateful to you, Ilya Lenski, that you will guide us there. In addition to colleagues at the Museum Jews in Latvia and the Center for Judaic Studies, I also want to thank our additional steering committee members from the International Institute for Holocaust Research at Yad Vashem and the National Library of Lithuania for sharing their insight and expertise when choosing the presentations of this conference. I have no doubt that there are days of insightful and thoughtful presentations ahead of us, including engaging discussions in between. Before we dive into our first presentation, allow me to also thank my USHMM colleague Dan Newman, who has been relentless in preparing this event and whose organizational expertise should not overshadow his dedication to and expertise on the topic. In addition, far away in DC, our colleague Emily Fisher, who most of you, at least in this room, have corresponded with, has worked tirelessly to figure out sometimes the tedious details of travel and accommodation. Now, after months-long preparation for this event, I'm happy to say, let's get us started. Thank you.
So we're now a bit ahead of our schedule, which doesn't mean that we'll be for 10 minutes now staring at the ceiling. All of you have received the programs of the conference, so the idea is that every presentation is 30-35 minutes, and then we open the floor for discussion. I hope we also have possibility to receive questions from those who are viewing us online. No, we do not have. Okay, that's a pity, but maybe we'll find a way to fix that. Every day we also have the evening programs, which are somehow connected to the content of the conference, so you've received the descriptions together with the programs. And so you're all welcome to attend, of course, these sessions as well. I think now I should give floor to the first panelist and the first moderator. As the moderator, I invite Dr. Dan Newman from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to introduce our first panelist.
Thank you, Ilya, for the introduction. I would also like to thank those who just opened our conference, Professor Gundars Bērziņš, the Honorable Paul Brummell, and of course, Anna Ullrich from the Holocaust Museum. Also, I would like to thank the Holocaust Museum's organizing partners, the Museum Jews in Latvia and Judaic Studies Center at the University of Latvia. I'd also especially like to thank our steering committee partners at the Lithuanian National Library and the Moshe Mirashvili Center at Yad Vashem. I am your moderator, Dan Newman, for the first three talks of this conference. But probably most relevantly for our first speaker, Professor Andrii Rukkas. Professor Rukkas is the Associate Professor of the Department of History of Central and Eastern Europe in the Faculty of History at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. He graduated from the same university where he had been working for almost 30 years. He teaches courses related to the history of Central and Eastern Europe, including the history of the Holocaust. He is a research supervisor of the Genocide and Mass Repressions Research Center at the Faculty of History. He was an invited scholar at the Jack, Joseph, and Morton Mandel Center for Advanced Holocaust Studies at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in 2015. Together with the Mandel Center, he organized from 2016 to 21 6 summer schools on the history of the Holocaust for young Ukrainian scholars, and he was made a foreign member of the Latvian Academy of Sciences in 2022. He is the author of more than 120 academic and popular publications, and with that, the floor belongs to Professor Rukkas, who will speak about the exodus from the house of slavery, the repatriation of Lithuanian Jews from Soviet Ukraine in the early 1920s.
Will be my presentation? What's about my presentation? So thank you very much. Okay.
So just a second.
Okay.
Just a second. Oi. So where's the presentation?
Oh, yeah, this one.
This.
No, Rukkas.
Oh.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you very much. So first of all, I wish to thank for inviting me here. It was a long journey, long trip. I was not sure if I arrive, but finally I'm here, so I'm glad to be in Riga. It's a wonderful city, great conference. So the exodus from the house of slavery, the repatriation of Lithuanian Jews from the Soviet Ukraine in early 20s. The first idea of this presentation was to give an idea of repatriation of Baltic Jews, which were deported during the First World War from Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia to nowadays Ukraine. But when I started preparing the paper, I discovered lots of documents, mostly about the Jews from Lithuania, less from Latvia and less from Estonia. That's why I decided to concentrate my paper on Lithuanian Jews, how they were repatriated, how they returned back to their homeland from the Soviet Ukraine where they found themselves during the First World War. So Shimon Dubnov, a well-known historian, publicist, and public figure, one of the classics and creators of the history of Jewish people, called his long and difficult departure from Bolshevik Russia in early 20s the exodus from the house of slavery. Those words fully characterize the process of return home of Lithuanian Jews who found themselves in Ukraine during the First World War. In 1914, 1915, more than 300,000 people were displaced from Lithuania to rear regions of Russian Empire. While the Christian population fled from the approaching front or was transported by the authorities, the Jews, whom the Tsarist regime groundlessly suspected of sympathizing the Germans, became victims of forced mass deportation and expulsions. The Jewish population of Kovno province suffered the most. The peak of deportation occurred in early May 1915. Simon Dubnov, already mentioned here, wrote in his diary, May the 5th, the horrors continue. The Jews are being expelled from Kovno and Ponevich. May 7th, an open official campaign is being conducted with the infernal goal of blaming the Jews for the military defeats. May 10th, the terrors are growing. Crazy and criminal things are happening. Several tens of thousands of Jews were evicted from Kovno and the province on the same day. The order of the army commander published today refers to the total expulsion of Jews. and their exile to Poltava and Katerinoslav provinces. The unfortunate exiles were put in the cattle cars. They asked, "Where are we being taken?" and received an answer, "Wherever it's ordered." According to Naftali Friedman, a member of Russian State Duma, 150,000 Jews were forcibly deported from Kaunas province alone. Deportation of Jews also took place in other Lithuanian provinces such as Suwalki and Vilnius. The final areas of deportation of Lithuanian Jews, among other territories of Russian Empire, were the eastern and southeastern provinces of Ukraine. Here I mark them on this map. Poltava, Katerinoslav, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, and continental part of Tavria. During the First World War, tens of thousands of Lithuanian natives, mostly Jews, were concentrated here. The vast majority of them wanted to return home at the earliest opportunity. In February-March 1918, the treaties of Brest-Litovsk were signed between Central Powers and the independent Ukrainian Republic and later Soviet Russia. They put an end to the First World War in Eastern Europe, thereby creating conditions for the beginning of the process of repatriation of large numbers of population. However, in the case of Ukraine, this became possible a little later, after the end of the 2 years armed confrontation between various participants in the Ukrainian Revolution and the final establishment of Bolshevik regime on the most Ukrainian territory. Also, Ukrainian historiography has some scholarly works on the problems of refugees during the First World War. The process of repatriation of Lithuanians and Latvians as well, Jews from Soviet Ukraine, in early 20s, has never been the subject of separate research. The source material for this paper is based on the documents of the Ukrainian Soviet state institutions responsible for returning refugees home. The People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, and All Ukrainian Commission for the Re-Evacuation of the Population, so-called Ukrgolov Evac. Today they are stored in the Central State Archives of higher bodies of power and administration of Ukraine in Kyiv, records group 4, 5, and 336 respectively. So here I list the records group from the Ukrainian archive, which I used for my presentation and for my paper. Surprisingly, despite the openness and general accessibility of the Ukrainian archives, these materials, with rare exceptions, have not attracted much attention from Ukrainian and foreign historians. Thus, the purpose of this presentation is to study the process of returning home in early 20s Lithuanian Jews forcibly deported and evicted by the Tsarist authorities to the Ukrainian provinces during the First World War, and to identify its characteristic features and the difficulties that arose in the course of its implementation. An important task will also be to determine numerical indicators, namely the total number of refugees from Lithuania and Soviet Ukraine, the part of the Jewish population among them, and the number of people actually repatriated to Lithuania. Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, with its capital in Kharkiv, signed an alliance agreement with the Soviet Russia in late December 1920 and retained certain signs of its sovereignty. In particular, it had its own government, the so-called Council of People's Commissariats, and its own foreign policy agency, the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs. Due to this, also acting as a junior partner and following the Kremlin's policy, Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic formally conducted independent diplomatic activities. For example, it established relations and with other states, conducted treaties with them, and exchanged plenipotentiary missions. One of its partners was the Republic of Lithuania, an independent Lithuanian state. The peace treaty between Soviet Russia and Lithuania, signed in July 1920 in Moscow, served as a kind of a foundation for the establishment of Ukrainian-Lithuanian relations. In fact, it was on the basis that Ukrainian-Lithuanian negotiations began in Moscow in late 1920. The Ukrainian side was represented by well-known Bolshevik Felix Kohn and Yuri Kotyubinsky, and Lithuanian side was represented by Jurgis Baltrušaitis, Juozas Vanagas Simonaitis, Rafalas Judelis, and Kazys Švydas. One of the key, if not most important, issues of the negotiations was the return of refugees to their homeland. Therefore, it's not surprising that on January 28, 1921, the parties signed an agreement of the procedure for the option of Lithuanian citizenship and temporary rules on the transportation by railways and means of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic of properties of Lithuanian refugees during their re-evacuation from Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic until the conditions of transportation changed. This so long name of these documents, that's why I put them on a separate slide. According to the first document, all Lithuanians and Lithuanian natives of other nationalities had the right to acquire Lithuanian citizenship if they or their parents were permanent residents of the territories where then the Republic of Lithuania. Optants had to leave the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic within a year and take out their property according to the terms set forth in the second document. I will not mention all the provisions of the temporary rules, only attract your attention that the refugees can take money, currency, with them in an amount that should not exceed 100,000 rubles. Later, we will return to this sum once more. That's why I please try to attract your attention to this sum of money. This was on February 14, 1921, the peace treaty between Ukraine and Lithuania and the treaty of re-evacuation of refugees were signed. The peace treaty, in addition to provisions of political nature, in particular stated the possibility of opting for Lithuanians of Ukrainian citizenship and the return of refugees to their homes as soon as possible. The conditions of refugee return were spelled in one more detail in the following documents, in the Treaty of Re-Evacuation of Refugees. So I will not mention all the provisions of this treaty. In order to facilitate the implementation of the agreement and resolve all disputes, both parties appoint their plenipotentiaries. Lithuania appointed Witold Mashinsky, if in Polish, a mechanical engineer and professor at the Kharkiv Institute of Technology that time as Lithuanian commissioner for evacuation in Soviet Ukraine. As we can see, considerable attention was paid to the problem of refugees' return. As the head of the government of Soviet Ukraine, Christian Rakovsky, stated, the issue of general repatriation is one of the main motivation for Lithuania as well for Latvia and Estonia to negotiate with us. Otherwise, negotiations will lose interest for them. In the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, refugees' affairs were handled by Ukrainian Main Commission for Evacuation of the Population, as I already mentioned, Ukrgolov Evac, established on April 1920. Its staff was appointed from Moscow. Also, by all formal standards, Ukraine was a sovereign state. The main goal of the commission of Ukrgolov Evac was to determine the exact number of refugees, including Lithuanian Jews, and to register them. Given the various circumstances, this was a long and complicated process. Due to the lack of sources and consequently relevant research, scholars do not yet know exactly how many residents of Lithuania provinces ended up in modern Ukraine as refugees or deportees during First World War. We have only very approximate figures. Thus, according to the calculation of Ukrainian historian Lyubov Zhvanko, at the end of 1920, Lithuanian refugees of the Imperial War, as it was referred in the document, including Jews, were registered in the various cities. And here on the map, I show the cities where Lithuanian refugees were registered. And totally, they numbered almost 66,000 people, end of 1920. 6 months later, the situation has changed somewhat. The number of refugees from Lithuania decreased primarily as a result of the beginning of the re-evacuation process. And here, next map. Lithuanian refugees registered by Ullrich as of July 13, 1921. The same, different cities, and below you see the numbers of Lithuanian refugees registered in these cities. Over the time, as a result of people being sent back to their homeland, the number of Lithuanian refugees in Ukraine continued steadily decrease. Thus, in July-August 1922, the Plenipotentiary Mission of Lithuania certified lists of refugees compiled in various cities. These documents contained a total almost 6,000 people, of whom as many as 4,000 were struck off for various reasons, and only almost 2,000 were finally certified and approved for re-evacuation to Lithuania. The refugees who were excluded were mostly non-Lithuanian refugees, Jews, Russians, Belarusians, Poles, etc., who were subjected to additional excessive requirements for submitting documents that people were simply unable to fulfill, and as a result were not included in the list of transportation. An important question is the number of Lithuanian refugees who were actually sent from the Ukraine to their homeland. Based on the documents found, we will try to give at least an approximate answer to this question, which will allow us to imagine the scale of the process. During the first consultation in March 1921, the Soviet side promised the Lithuanians that it would send 4 trains of 1,000 people each every month, but quickly reduced the number of trains to 2 trains per month. Thus, the Lithuanian side expected that at least 4,000 refugees would go home during April-May 1921. In reality, the plan was fulfilled by about 1/3. And you see here some numbers of how many Lithuanian refugees were sent back home from Soviet Ukraine. That's my calculation, basing on the documents that I found in archive. So I assume that by the end of 1922, while the active phase of repatriation was underway, about 25, maybe 30,000 Lithuanian refugees returned home. In Soviet documents, all of these people are referred as Lithuanians, according to their state but not ethnicity. And here the next logical question arises. What was the national composition of refugees from Lithuanian provinces? How many of them were ethnic Lithuanians, Jews, Poles, Russians, Belarusians, etc.? Again, due to a lack of sources, we do not have the whole picture. However, based on some registration lists, we can make certain assumptions and offer our own hypothesis. Here, some examples. You see the numbers of passengers of different repatriation echelons sent from Ukraine to Lithuania, and you see the national composition of the passengers. For example, this is the number of Lithuanian refugees registered in different cities of Ukraine. For example, in Cherkasy, almost 100 Lithuanian refugees registered, 76% were Jews. But in documents, they are referred as Lithuanians. In Kremenchuk, for example, in October 21, almost 450 Lithuanians were registered, and more than 90% of them were Jews, but in documents referred as Lithuanians. See here, it's like an example, the page of registration book of repatriants to Latvia compiled in Kremenchuk. I'm not sure that it's readable. Okay, next. This is a very interesting picture. In mid-July this year, my PhD student attended a conference in Vilnius, Irina Irchak, and she spoke about opposite process, about the deportation of Lithuanian Jews during First World War to Ukraine. Now I'm speaking of about their repatriation back to Lithuania. So one man came to her asking that my family from Kaunas was deported to Ukraine and not everyone returned to Lithuania. Maybe you will be able to trace them. Maybe you will meet the last name in the lists of the refugees. So she wrote me, and surprisingly, I found that last name. Milamet Movsha Gitel Leibovich. And the member of their family from Kaunas, from Kovno, no work, jobless, and the document that he possessed. So I asked her to write to this man, and he sent me the picture of his family. This is the story. And in Ukrainian archives, there are many passenger lists with family names, with first names, with the children, with documents, with their place where they are returning, and plus their occupation. So if to compile everything into one file, probably it's going to be about 10,000 names. It seems to me it can be a very interesting project, and plus it can be analyzed from the point of view of gender, age, their hometowns, from which locations most of the Lithuanian Jews were deported to Ukraine, and to what towns mostly Lithuanian Jews returned from Ukraine. So this is a very interesting story of this picture and all these examples. Here, the national composition of refugees from Lithuanian provinces, different echelons that were sent from Ukraine. You see, first, the so-called first Kharkiv echelon, second half of May. The first echelon that was sent from Kharkiv to Lithuania. Total number, Jews constituted almost 70%. The second echelon, Jews constituted almost 65%. The third, 70%. The first, 61, and the third. Another example. The first echelon from Katerinoslav, Jews, almost 65%. Separate echelon from Mariupol, all passengers were Jews, 100%. In documents were referred as Lithuanians, according to their state but not nationality. So I assume in 1921 about 75% of the so-called Lithuanian refugees, or refugees from Lithuania, or simply Lithuanians, as they were often referred in Soviet documents, were in fact peoples of Jewish nationality and Judaism religion. But later, the situation changed in the opposite way. In 1922, we can see the first Jewish significantly dominated during the first year, but later the picture began to change dramatically. The share of ethnic Lithuanians increased, while the share of Jews rapidly decreased. And some examples. The third echelon from Odessa, Jews only 40%. The fourth echelon from Odessa, Jews almost 35%. And Lithuanian refugees registered in Kyiv late December, Jews 5%. The reason for the domination of Jews among the re-evacuated refugees were both objective and subjective. First, Jews did indeed outnumber representatives of all other nations among the Lithuanian refugees of the First World War, which was due to the openly anti-Semitic eviction policy used by the Tsarist regime. However, on the other hand, the Soviet authorities of Ukrainian Soviet Republic also tried to send Jews home as soon as possible, since Jews were dominated by people who today are called socially unprotected or socially vulnerable. Elderly people, women, children, and the disabled. Adult men could barely support their families as they were poor artisans, small traders, laborers, or even people without a specific occupation. In the context of high unemployment, economic devastation, great famine, and a huge inflation, the state, Soviet Ukrainian state, could not provide refugees with proper support and care. On the contrary, the maintenance of these people on the territory of Soviet Ukraine required significant financial efforts and created a serious burden on the state budget, increasing tensions in society. To confirm my point, I quote the text of a telegram sent by the Council of People's Commissariat of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic on January 1921 to the head of All Ukrainian Central Executive Committee, Grigory Petrovsky. So I quote, "On behalf of Rakovsky, the chairman of Ukrainian government, I inform you that only the disabled, seriously ill, under 16 and over 50, single women with children and demobilized Red Army soldiers of Lithuanian nationality are being released to the homeland. The Soviet side was not going to let everyone go quickly and easily. For it, as is well known, refugees were a kind of bait with which Ukrainian Bolsheviks induced the Baltic states to negotiate and conclude treaties. As we can see, at first Jews significantly dominated among Lithuanian refugees. Later, however, the picture began to change dramatically, and by the end of 1922, Jews constituted a very small number among them. Lithuanian refugees. The main reason for these rapid changes was the selective policy of Lithuanian Evacuation Commissioner, who created artificial obstacles for non-Lithuanians when he was reviewing the list for departure. As a result, the vast majority of Jews, Russians, Poles, and other originally from Lithuanian lands never managed to leave for their homeland. However, when we talk about refugees with specialized skills such as engineers, doctors, pharmacists, in which both countries, Ukraine and Lithuania, were experienced a shortage, the picture was completely different. While the Lithuanian side sought to extradite as many of these people as possible, Soviet Ukraine authorities tried to detain them under various pretexts and in various ways and not let them go home. Thus, it was not uncommon for the heads of various institutions where refugees worked to deliberately transfer people already registered for re-evacuation who were waiting to be sent home to other often remote cities. For example, in May 1921, the People's Commissariat of Health forcibly deported Dr. Elia Kassel, Jews from Lithuania, from Kharkiv to Bakhmut. In response to this protest, the Lithuanian commissioner, he was told that the fact of registration cannot serve as a ground for dismissal from work and consequently for business trips. It's necessary to provide evidence of inclusion in the next echelon. The chief physician of Kremenchuk Military Hospital refused to dismiss Dr. Abram Keilzon, also Lithuanian Jews, also a refugee from Lithuania, from his service, motivating his action by the need to first obtain a special permit from Moscow, from the main sanitary department. When protesting in this case, Lithuanian Commissioner Professor Mashynskis noted that the complication of re-evacuation in relation to refugee specialists, which may seem formal, in reality turn the right of specialists to return to their homeland into outright fiction. Many difficulties arose for those Jews who were mobilized into the rank of Red Army during the revolutionary event of 1917-1921. In order to return to their homeland, they first had to be officially discharged from military service, which was very difficult to do in practice. The reason for this was often the banal reluctance of army commanders, who, despite the legal grounds for repatriation, continued to view refugees as their subordinates. The archive contains many requests for discharge from the army written by both soldiers and their immediate families. For example, in early July 1921, Lithuanian refugees, Sara Ziv, a resident of Rogola, Kovno provinces, registered for the deployment to her homeland applied to the Lithuanian Re-Evacuation Commissioner with a request for the release of her, quote, only son capable to work. Her son Hershko was mobilized to the Red Army in 1920 and served in Proskuriv. Sarah Ziv indicated that her son always supported her, a poor 70-year-old widow, and that he simply could not go home without him, as she was unable to make a piece of bread by herself. Another example, Itzhak Shapira from Sventsiani, also Lithuanian refugees of Jewish nationality, a dental technician in military hospital, mobilized in 1919 to the Red Army, found himself in a similar situation. Despite all the legal grounds and even having official registration as a Lithuanian refugee, he was not released from the military service until a special order, which never was issued. Selectivity in bias were characteristic features of Soviet policy in Ukraine towards Lithuanian refugees, including Jews. The fact that the list of people to be sent back home were compiled by and approved by a special mixed commission, it consisted exclusively of Soviet functionaries, employees from different institutions and organizations. And it was a representative of Lithuania, but this representative of Lithuania was fake. In fact, he had nothing to do with authorities of the Republic of Lithuania. In fact, he was a member of Lithuanian section of the agitation and propaganda of Communist Party of the Soviet Ukraine. So in order to cheat people, saying that, you see, the representative of your Lithuanian Republic do not permit you go home. But in fact, that Lithuanian representative was a representative of Lithuanian section of Department of Agitation of Propaganda of Communist Party of Soviet Ukraine. The decision of that mixed commission were unfounded and biased, often contradicting the provision of Lithuanian-Ukrainian agreement of re-evacuation, and caused a lot of protests and complaints. Commissions treated some people extremely leniently, while others were very strict and biased. In June 1921, Lithuanian official commissioner for evacuation complained about the work of this commission to the chair of Council of People's Commissariat of Soviet Ukraine, complained to the head of Ukrainian Soviet government, Christian Rakovsky. Professor Mashinsky wrote, quote, first, this commission is extremely reluctant to include Lithuanians in the refugee list, preferring refugees who are Jews, often not even Lithuanian citizens. Second, it certainly does not allow undisputed refugees from Lithuania unless they have the misfortune of being an intelligent worker, doctor, pharmacist, and engineer. In this case, it even goes in direct violation of the refugee treaty, unquote. See, the first commission consisted of Soviet officials and bureaucrats preferring to include in the list of refugees of Jewish nationality, and it was true for 1921. In 1922, the situation changed in the opposite way. Here is another interesting observation from the Lithuanian Commissioner, Professor Mashinsky, regarding the actions of this joint commission. By clearly delaying the process of complying lists and approving candidates for evacuation, it simultaneously reduced the time needed to actually send the echelons. As a result, all preparatory work was carried out at a feverish pace, leaving very little time for such necessary steps as disinfection, smallpox, vaccination, and final vacating of refugees' apartments, and most importantly, for obtaining permits to take out various kinds of valuable property. Often people did not have time to complete all their affairs in a time, and as a result did not get into echelon. In order to return home, they had to go through all procedures from the very beginning for the second time. Jewish refugees from Lithuania were taken to Ukraine provinces, found themselves in the epicenter of revolutionary event in 1917-1921. They, like local Jews, suffered from pogroms and looting. Today, we do not have a complete picture of these tragic events, so it's unfortunately impossible to make a more or less less accurate percentage of the victims of Lithuanian Jews. Thanks to archival documents, we can illustrate our statement with the following example. The port city of Mariupol in the Katerinoslav province, now it's Donetsk Oblast, on the coast of Azov Sea, became a temporary home to many Jews, primarily those from Kovno and Kovno province. In late March 1919, the town was captured by troops of anarchist Makhno. Soon in April, there was a looting of civilians, including displaced Lithuanian Jews resettled in Mariupol. In March 1921, on the eve of repatriation, some of them, 20 people, filed claims for lost properties amounting almost 500,000 rubles in total. 500,000 rubles in total at the beginning of 1921, it was a big amount of money. And most of the property was destroyed by troops of anarchist Makhno, some were destroyed by white Russian troops of General Denikin, and some were robbed and destroyed by Soviets as well. For illustration, the lady, unfortunately I don't know the first name, only initials, F. Jakobson, also Jews from Lithuania, refugee, an employee of the Statistical and Economic Department of the Office of Commissioner of the Council of People's Commissars of Ukraine for Foreign Trade, she also wanted to return back home to Lithuania, described all the difficulties and hardships that Jewish refugees faced in Lithuania, very detailed, concise manner. In July 1921, in her statement addressed to Lithuanian diplomatic representative for evacuation, she wrote in particular, quote, "In July 1914, we fled from Kovno, and having survived 5 months refugee period and all the horrors of the World War, returned to Kovno in order to be provided with at least roof over our heads. However, the order of May 1915 to evict all Jews from the front line sent my family to Katerinoslav, a strange city without relatives and friends, without means of subsistence. During 5 years of living in Katerinoslav, the family experienced all the horrors of the civil war and repeated changes of government, Grigoriev, Makhno, Petlura, and various partisan regimes. Over the past years, the family has never been, over the past years, the family has been robbed twice, by soldiers of White General Shkuro and the anarchist Ataman Makhno. To all this, I must add that 5 out of 10 family members have tuberculosis. Now the process has become very aggravated. The old parents have been living in dire need since the beginning of World War and the Civil War. Having not adapted to a new life, hounded by all the experiences of recent years, they have become completely unable to work. Living in extreme hunger and fear for tomorrow we can cost them their lives. Moving back to my homeland where their relatives live can give my family in somewhat peaceful existence. The Soviet authorities also contributed to the robbers of Lithuanian Jews. For example, it's known that in the province, local authorities treated the movable property of refugees as the subject of requisition. For example, the Poltava Provincial Exclusive Committee even issued a special resolution in this regard, which explicitly prohibited people from taking their property out. In mid-June 1921, in the city of Chuhuiv, Kharkiv province, local authorities conducted sweeping searches of the wealthiest refugees, Lithuanian Jews, and took away all their valuables. If people tried to protest and complain, they were simply intimidated by arrests and as a result not being sent back to their homeland. Despite the protest of Lithuanian commissioner, this shameful practice continued. In November 1921, Professor Mashinskis, addressing another complaint to the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs of Soviet Ukraine, wrote about continuous searches, mainly in the provinces, with the seizure of belongings and money. This practice openly contradicted the terms of the agreement on the re-evacuation of refugees between the Republic of Lithuania and the Soviet Ukraine, conducted in February 1921. In order to stop the arbitrariness and prevent further excesses, the Lithuanian Re-evacuation Commissioner asked the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs of Soviet Ukraine to clearly explain to the provincial, county, and town executive committees that the movable properties of refugees from Lithuania is inviolable and in accordance with the paragraph 4 of the agreement can be taken or liquidated at the discretion of refugees without hindrance. It could be added here that even the lowest level of authorities often engaged in such arbitrariness. There were cases, in particular in Kharkiv, when commandants of houses obstructed the removal of refugees' property. In such minor cases, the victims also turned to Lithuanian Re-evacuation Commissioner Professor Mashinsky for help, who in turn alerted the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. It should be noted the Ukrainian diplomats passed their instructions to the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, to Police Department. However, it's not known whether they reached the lowest level of Soviet bureaucrats. I would not be surprised if they did not. Lots of other examples. A refugee would find himself in a difficult situation if he or she suddenly had to defend the right to own property. For example, Riva Kraut from the town of Gliboke, Vilnius province, in May 1921, her Kharkiv apartment was robbed. The thieves took all her belongings, including the family gold. However, law enforcement authorities found the stolen goods and handed them over to the judge, who was reluctant to return them to the owner, not having accurate information about the property rights of Lithuanian refugees. Riva Kraut found herself in an extremely difficult situation, and she had no other means of subsistence and risked simply not being able to reach her place of permanent residence in Lithuania. In addition, she was the sole breadwinner in the family. She was dependent on her mentally ill husband and 2 minor children. Thanks to the interference of Lithuanian Commissioner for Evacuation, Professor Mashinsky, the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs of Soviet Ukraine sent an official explanation to the judge, and the property finally was returned to the owner. But the process lasted about 4 or 6 months even. The Soviet government obstructed Jews' ability to live at every stage. The practice of arbitrary arrests without any charges of people already registered as Lithuanian refugees who were liquidating their properties and waiting for an early departure was widespread. In the fall of 1921, Soviet officials on the ground went even further in their lawless actions. They began arresting Lithuanian refugees, including Jews, as hostages. For example, in Poltava, at the end of September 1921, refugees, a medical doctor Herman Goldberg, librarian Eliana Kreichman, and others were arrested as the hostages. In their records, the reason for their arrest was referred as hostage. The same explanation was given by Chekists, by Soviet police, to the relatives who came to the jail asking about the destiny of the arrested members of family. Hostages were taken from hospitals as sick people, sent to Kharkiv in the cold season in unheated railroad cars, and kept together with criminals in cells after typhoid patients, which were teeming with dangerous insects, carriers of the terrible disease. Thanks to the interference of Lithuanian Commissioner Professor Mashinsky, all the hostages were finally released after 2 months of wandering in various prisons. At any time, the Soviet official responsible for the re-evacuation of refugees could, without any legal ground, remove a person from the already verified and approved list of persons to be sent to Lithuania. Even getting into a train did not protect a person from outrage on the part of the Soviet authorities. Refugees were thoroughly searched, and any item, such as old tablecloths, could be confiscated at the last moment. And for example, the seal of institution that was accidentally left in the jacket pocket could lead to arrest and accordingly a ban on departure. To combat possible abuses during the control of refugees' belongings, it was necessary to amend the regulation and clarify what exactly is meant a movable property. And it was a long negotiation. What is removable property? What property can be removed and what property could not be removed? Lots of discussion was about the tools. Because the tools, which was the part of professional instruments, could be taken to Lithuania. And some examples, for example, Mina Shor, lady from Kauna, was not allowed to take out American scales for weighing people. The woman claimed that these scales were her professional tool. Before First World War, she had used them to earn money during the summer season at the Druskininki resort, and then took them from Kovna to Kharkiv, where she continued to weigh the public in local theaters. Despite all the owner's arguments, the Soviet authorities did not allow the scales to be taken out. Similarly, the request of Alterheim Berg Fischer from Soloki, Novoarkhangelsky district, Kovna province, who tried to take to his homeland some of his equipment for making fruit and mineral waters, which he presented as his professional tool and only source of livelihood. And his appeal also was denied. All valuable equipment should stay in Soviet Ukraine, that Soviet authorities decided. However, the Soviet authorities showed the most thieving ingenuity with regard to the cash that refugees took with them. According to the Lithuanian-Ukrainian agreement, the rate of export was set at no more than 100,000 ruble per person. However, in practice, it was applied only to those who could manage money, adults, and did not apply to children. In this context, families with children found themselves in the worst position, as they lost the right to export significant amounts of money. Here is a simple calculation. A family of 2 adults and 4 children, such families were quite normal at that time, lost 2/3 of their money. The People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs of Soviet Ukraine rejected all protests on this matter from Lithuanian commissioner as, quote, too formal interpretation of the rules which do not correspond to either the general nature or the essence of the case. So, the treaty clearly says that 100,000 rubles per person. Soviet Ukrainian authorities treated in its own manner, saying that a person who could manage money, only adult. Children did not have the right to take money. The military censorship officers who checked all the documents, private correspondence, and photographs that refugees took with them to Lithuania were acting outright arbitrariness. Before the echelon was sent, they all had to provide the relevant materials, packing, sealing, wax seals, and other accompanying items for inspection. Everything was left for a few days, after which the owners received a package sealed without their presence, which they were allowed to open at the place of arrival. This practice created excellent conditions for all kinds of fraud. People could simply have their important documents taken away from them, have their papers and photographs mixed up and put in with other people's, or have items prohibited for export planted in their bags as a provocation. The refugees tried to overcome the arbitrariness of various Soviet officials in the old-fashioned way, with bribes. This practice in particular was described in an article published in August 1922 in the national authoritative newspaper Lithuanian News. According to the newspaper in Katerinoslav, to resolve all formalities and speed up the departure of the echelon, the refugees elected a special committee, Lithuanians and Jews, Jakobson and Zalk, and put up their last money and authorized the committee to take care of all their affairs. First of all, committee, quote, greased the wheels of Soviet officials several times, which resulted in permission to send the train on June 10, 1922. However, the Provincial Commission for the Re-evacuation of the Population, seeing that the cash cow might disappear, demanded 100 million rubles from the committee for obtaining a train order. After a lengthy negotiation, the parties agreed on 15 million, and on June 20th, the cars were delivered, and the next day, the train set off. On June 23rd, the transport arrived in Kharkiv. Here, the refugees faced now difficulties. First, the committee bribed the railroaders with 5 million rubles to move the train closer to the station. Then, Ukrgolov Evac began to show its strength by demanding that all refugees be vaccinated against smallpox and typhoid and disinfected in the bathhouses. At the same time, the authorities stated that the echelon would be detained for at least 5-7 days. This caused dissatisfaction among refugees. Quote, also many of them needed to wash in the bathhouses. It would not have mattered if all the clothes in the cars had been left uninfected. Seeing this, the refugees and committee, realizing what the real reason for the sanitary side of the matter was, began to collect donations from wealthy refugees, mostly Jews, again to somehow ease the officials' order. After paying 30 million rubles, they began to talk more softly about vaccination, and finally gave in, completely agreeing that this hard work would not achieve its goal. And those who did not want to go to the bathroom were given notes about passing this disaster for 2 million rubles. However, let's imagine that the Jewish refugees overcome all the bureaucratic obstacles and made it to the echelon. They had to go home in the freight cars that were completely unprepared for transporting people, often without bunks and ladders. Remember that there were many old people, disabled people, and children among the refugees, and without any signaling necessary to stop the train in the case of emergency. The train had no cars for medical and sanitary needs. Medical care was provided at best as a paramedic, not a qualified doctor. However, the greatest trials awaited the Jewish refugees when they passed through borders control. First Soviet, then Latvian, and finally Lithuanian. Because of any violation, even the slightest, some minor problem with documents, or simply bias on the part of officials, they could be thrown off the train at the Soviet station of Sebish, where all trains with Lithuanian refugees from Ukraine were sent. The same thing could have happened further on the Latvian side at the Razhenovskaya station, Zilupe station now, as the trains entered the territory of Republic of Latvia. And finally, after overcoming all obstacles, Jewish refugees could simply not be allowed to enter their home country at the Abele station, even though the list for departure had been reviewed and approved by Lithuanian Commissioner Professor Mashinskis. Such an incident, for example, occurred in mid-October 1921, when Lithuanian bodyguards denied the right of entry to 90 passengers from Kharkiv echelon. These people were actually caught between heaven and earth. Lithuania did not want to see them, and it was problematic for them to return to Ukraine. In addition, they had rather modest resources for subsistence, as they had previously liquidated their property and were carrying only a limited amount of cash. The main argument of the Lithuanian side did not grant entry was these people were suspected to communist activity, which made their presence in Lithuania dangerous and undesirable. And finalizing, during the First World War, a significant number of Jewish refugees from Lithuania found themselves in Ukraine provinces of the Russian Empire. The issues of their return home became especially urgent after the end of long armed struggle in Ukraine and the establishment of Soviet regime in most of its territory. In January-February 1921, a number of Ukrainian-Lithuanian treaties were signed in which the problems of refugee repatriation occurred in a key place. In fact, the repatriation in which the Republic of Lithuania was more interested was a kind of retaliation by the Bolshevik regime, which in conditions of international isolation desperately needed official recognition and the establishment of diplomatic relations with other states. According to rough estimates, there were over 65,000 refugees from Lithuania on the territory of Soviet Ukraine. During 1921, 1922, 30,000 people, or almost a half, were able to return home. More than two-thirds of these figures were Lithuanian Jews. Approximately 43,000 and 20,000 respectively, who were an undesirable element for both participants in the repatriation process, for Soviet Ukraine and Lithuania. On one hand, the Soviet side, in face of the Great Famine of the early 20s in Ukraine, tried to get rid of the needy, unemployment, sick, infirm, and disabled as quickly as possible. And at the same time, for their own gain, officials in the center and on the ground created various difficulties for repatriates, even going so far to arrest and take hostages. Jews who constitute a bulk of the refugees were the main targets of abuse. At the same time, the Soviet government tried to detain valuable specialists in whom it had an urgent need by various means. On the other hand, Lithuanian side initially took away all natives of Lithuania, but later, after assessing the situation, it changed its approach and sought to get as many people of Lithuanian nationality from Ukraine as possible to improve the demographic situation and to slow down the inflow of the deprived Jewish population as much as possible. To this end, artificial bureaucratic obstacles were created during the registration of refugees and the issuance of the entry visa to Republic of Lithuania. At the same time, Lithuanian side gladly accepted specialists regardless of their national region, and it's also experienced an accurate shortage of qualified personnel. In fact, we can say that the fate of the vast majority of Lithuanian Jews was of little concern to the authorities of both Lithuania and Soviet Ukraine. Poor people became hostages of the situation. The states played with their fates like a ping pong ball. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Rukkas, for a really thorough treatment of a topic that I at least knew pretty much nothing about. We have some time for questions. I'm going to take the opportunity as moderator to do two very quick ones, and then we'll go with question answer after that. So two quick questions from me. Did you find any instances where Lithuanian Jewish refugees did not want to leave? That is, if there were Lithuanian authorities or family members who wanted them to return to Lithuania, or Soviet officials who wanted them to leave, where they themselves made it clear they didn't want to go? And secondly, you mentioned some instances of bribery not really working. Did you find any that actually did work rather well, where people were able to get what they wanted through bribes?
Okay. Concerning Lithuanian Jews who didn't want to return, such cases, of course, took place. Because lots of Lithuanian Jews, they work in different Soviet authorities. They served in the Red Army, or maybe in the civil service, Lots of these people were, but they simply didn't show up to the commission. They simply did not compile different documents, etc. For them, there was no need to say about their willing to return home. But, for example, the case of that man who sent me the picture, he said that one of members of his family stayed in Ukraine because she didn't want to return. For different reasons. For example, they may serve, for example, in civil service or military service, or they married, for example, and stay in Ukraine and decided to stay in Ukraine, do not return to Lithuania. There were other situations where people from Lithuania, Lithuanian Jews from Lithuania, went to Ukraine to unite with the family who decided to stay in Ukraine. I found a situation like that. That the Lithuanian refugees, Jews from Lithuania, found themselves in Ukraine. Some part of their family was in Lithuania, and they decided to unite not in Lithuania but in Ukraine. So lots of documents and different life trajectories. Absolutely. Sometimes it's really dramatic stories about sisters and their children who were in the different parts of former Russian Empire, one in Lithuania or in Riga, another one in Kharkiv, and they wanted to unite and decided where go to Riga, to Lithuania or to Soviet Ukraine, and finally they decided to immigrate to Palestine. So lots of documents, and it should be analyzed and searched more thoroughly than I did. And I encouraged everyone to see these documents. They are digitalized, they're accessible through the internet, so it's a great amount of new information, personal information about the people from Lithuania, from people of Latvia, mostly Jews, but not only Jews, Lithuanian, Latvians, Russians, Karaims, Karaites as well. And the second question, excuse me.
Instances would bribery just work without there being any...
Bribery?
Yeah.
Concerning the bribery, I saw the information about the bribery in Lithuanian newspapers. In Lithuanian newspapers, I saw the information about the bribery. Lithuanian Jews and other refugees, they complained to Lithuanian representative. Lots of complaints about the briberies, and it seems to me the briberies worked fairly well because it's a traditional way of solving the problems in that part of Europe, and lots of bureaucratic obstacles, in fact, were not because of so rigid service of Soviet bureaucrats and officials, but because of they want to earn some extra money, making the life of the refugees worse and proposing them the way how to change. It's quite traditional and quite obvious, unfortunately.
Okay, Markus Groth, Fritz Bauer Institute, Frankfurt. Thank you very much for your detailed and interesting talk. I've got a question regarding the sources and the creation of sources. You dived very deep into the Soviet official documents. Were there more or less systematic attempts to collect eyewitness accounts of the deportees, the refugees, or have they written or tried to write Yitzko books or something like that, so that we can learn more about how they experienced their fate?
Concerning the documents, a big portion of these documents, it's complaints written by refugees, written by Lithuanian Jews. Lots of personal information. People wrote the complaints and addressed them to the Professor Mashinsky's. Later, Professor Mashinsky's compiled his complaint and moved it to the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. And later, the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry compiled its instruction and sent it to different Soviet institutions. So in archive, we have the complaint from people, written, handwritten by certain people. Then we have the reaction of Lithuanian representative. We have the documents with his seal, with his signature, etc. Then we have the documents with the reaction of Ukrainian foreign ministry. And sometimes we have a back answer from the Soviet bodies to whom all these appeals were addressed. So unfortunately, I cannot verify all the information with the documents from Lithuanian archives, because Lithuanian representative Professor Mashinskis had to send back to Lithuania his reports describing the situation in Soviet Ukraine, giving some numbers, etc., etc. I really felt a big lack of such reports from Professor Mashinskis. As well, I felt the lack of the same reports from Ukrainian Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, the documents preserved not in a good way. Something preserved, something disappeared or destroyed during the wars that were in Ukraine. So if to continue this work further, it's dramatically need to verify with those documents that are in Lithuanian archives now.
My name is Sima Vlikovich from Hebrew University. Thank you so much for a fascinating talk. I have two questions. I'm wondering if you trace cases when Soviet Jews who wasn't Lithuanian Jews were tried to escape Soviet Union with maybe false documents together with Lithuanian Jews with this repatriation. And my second question, you talked about decreasing numbers in 22. I'm wondering if maybe there are cases of immigration, because I know from that time from Odessa Jews were still able to immigrate from Soviet Union. Maybe this was also a case when some people left this way. Thank you.
I found the mentions in the documents. Answering the first question, I can answer that I found the mentions in the documents, unfortunately, with further details. So this work should be continued. And concerning the Odessa, unfortunately, rather few documents and rather few reports about Odessa. Lots of from Kharkiv. I found a lot of documents from Kharkiv. If we think about Kharkiv, I would say that I've done with Kharkiv, but not with Odessa. And I don't know for what reason. And the same with Crimea. And sometimes I found very interesting documents relating Odessa and Crimea and southern part of Ukraine. For example, the hospital for mentally ill people in Novaya Vileika, who was evacuated during the First World War to somewhere, and it was not known where to be evacuated later. So, unfortunately, as I've already mentioned several times, it's only beginning of big work, and it should be analyzed from a different point of view. I try to analyze, I try to make a database of all these people, of all this list of passengers, analyzing how many, for example, men, women, children, what age of them, who they were be transported, what was their occupation, etc. I started doing this job, but I realized that I will not be able to finish by the beginning of the conference, and that's why I put it aside and decided to make it later. So I encourage you to see these documents on our websites of our archives. They almost all of them are digitalized. They are accessible. The only one problem, most of them, they are in Ukrainian. Rather few documents are in Lithuanians. Unfortunately, we do not have Lithuanian documents, probably at home.
Okay, just to warn, we're coming up against a coffee break, so we have time for 3 more questions that last a total of 10 minutes, hope. First question.
I make it quick. My name is Tobias Brinkmann. The question is, what is Lithuania here? So are you talking about the borders of the Lithuanian state as it was created in 1918? So that raises the question of the Jews from Vilna who were deported. And my other point is just a brief comment. I know a lot about, I did a lot of research on the other side of this story, on Jewish aid organizations. In 1921, a Jewish aid organization called Emic Direct actually signed treaties with the Lithuanian and Latvian government about protecting trans migrants and refugees who were stuck in Lithuania and Latvia. And so in a sense, there are a large number of Jewish and other refugees coming from the Russian Civil War who are essentially stranded in Riga and Vilna and so also in Poland and in Lithuania. And so it's many more people on the move, I think.
Soviet Ukraine recognized the Republic of Lithuania in its international borders within the Vilnius provinces. That's why Ukrainian authorities registered those people as the Lithuanian refugees. But they could not send them to Vilnius. And later transferred those people to the echelons with Polish refugees. So, from one hand, we recognize Lithuania with Vilnius, we fulfilled our obligations, we recognized you as the Lithuanian citizens, we include you in Lithuanian list, but unfortunately, we can't, you want to go home. Exactly? Okay. In that case, we transfer you to the echelons with Poles. And this way, they, from one hand, recognize Lithuania with Vilnius, and from another side, they fulfill their obligation towards those people, returning them home. Concerning the Jewish organization, I was surprised. In all the documents I saw, there was no even one mention about any Jewish organization. Everything was between Professor Mashinsky's Lithuanian representative and Lithuanian and Ukrainian Soviet authorities. No mention about any Jewish organization. It seems to me that there were a self-constituted Jewish self-assistance organizations like in Kyiv, in Kharkiv, in Poltava, in Katerynoslav, but it was not an international Jewish organization. They constituted, for example, during the First World War, a little bit later, to assist each other. But all those organizations, also as I've already mentioned, has no one single mention in these official documents. So this work should be continued for many years.
Thank you. I'm Lara Lampert from Vilnius, actually. And I have more like a reflection than a question. Thank you so much. I did have a question about Lithuanian archives, but you answered that already, that it should be continued. But also referring to what Tobias said, I see it, it's a heroic work, of course, to create this kind of database, but I think it's a kind of international project, and not a project of one man, so this conference could be a good place to start. And Irina Irchak, whom I met in Vilnius, could be a part of that, and some Lithuanian scholars whom I know, and also the linguistical obstacle, which I will be going on in my own presentation, that the documents are in Ukrainian, in Lithuania they are in Lithuanian, should be also overcome with the effort of just technical assistance from the experts. So I am fascinated personally by the perspective of and the importance of this future research of the work you've done already. And I think we need to think how to expand it and to get this bigger picture in the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your reflection. Actually, you are reading my thoughts, because I also would like to propose a kind of international project in order to analyze all these evacuation and repatriation processes. lots of people were removed from Lithuania to Ukraine and later from Ukraine to Lithuania. We have numbers, we have names, we have lists, we have different documents all in Ukraine. You have the same documents in Lithuania. If we combine all these documents, it seems to me it's going to be a wonderful international academic project, and we will revoke the names of those people from the oblivion, and it seems to me it can be a good memory project to memorize all these people who were hostage of interstate relation. Because most of these people of Lithuanian Jews, they were poor people, and nobody in fact protect them. There was no state of Israel, no state was interested in their fate, Lithuania as well, Soviet Ukraine as well, and these people were like in between, like a ping pong, and everybody wanted to get rid of them as quickly as possible, and it seems to me it's a good time, it's a good material to make a kind of a memory project using the tools of digital technologies, etc. So it's a good idea, and you're really reading thoughts in my head.
Thank you for your presentation, Arkady Telitsa. My question is whether it was for these Jews the area of violence they left, or it was a normal returning of refugees to homes, or normal economic migrations. And the second, very short, I wonder whether the Evacuees was involved in this activity.
Answering the second question, should be involved by no mention was in the document. Should be involved, of course, for sure, but I didn't see any mention in the document. All correspondence was between Mashinsky's and the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or Lithuanian Jews, Mashinsky's Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to other Soviet authorities. No Jewish organization were mentioned in these documents, but it seems to me they should be involved. Concerning the first question, actually it was a normal situation. Unfortunately, I cannot explain and describe you the situation with the Lithuanian Jews in Ukraine in 1919, 1920, the most tragic years in Ukrainian history. I can describe you situation with the Jews in Ukraine in that times, but I cannot separate the fate of Ukrainian Jews from the Jews from Lithuania. Because for those people who committed the atrocities, there was no interest whom to kill or whom to rob, Lithuanian Jews or Ukrainian Jews, because Jews was easy game for those pogroms, for those people who committed pogroms, and that's why they did not make any difference between Ukrainian and Lithuanian refugees. For example, troops of Makhno, Denikin, and others, they looted Lithuanian Jews as hard as they looted, for example, Ukrainian Jews in the city of Mariupol. Plus, anti-Semitic attitude between Soviet authorities was inherited from the Tsarist regime, and the Soviet authorities treated Lithuanian Jews, refugees among the Lithuanian Jews, in more rigid way than they treated the refugees of Lithuanian or Russian or Polish origin. Because Lithuanian state was not interested in the protection of those people. In that case, we can rob them, we can demand the bribes, etc., etc. Because if we do the same to the Polish citizens, in that case, the Polish state will protect those people. And Lithuanian state was not so much interested in protecting those people. As less Lithuanian Jews return home, as better. in fact. Let them stay in Ukraine, let it be the burden of Soviet Ukraine. The Soviet Ukraine decided it's not my people, let it be the burden of the Republic of Lithuania. And that's why many people just found themselves between the heaven and the earth. And very often was the situation when the Lithuanian bodyguards didn't let Lithuanian refugees of Jewish origin enter to the Republic of Lithuania, the very last state of their hard journey and trip. They passed through all obstacles. They received all the documents, all seals, all approval, etc., all visas. They finally arrived to the border of the Republic of Lithuania. Their home is like 20 kilometers far from the station of Abile. No, they were not approved because they were not wished in the Republic of Lithuania in many cases. And the same way the Soviet Ukraine saying we do not wish these people back as well. And the Soviet Russia quite often take them to their territory and displaced in some other areas. So every life of every person should be analyzed and should be traced because behind every family stands a very rich and interesting and very often tragic history.
Let's thank Professor Rukkas one more time for a fantastic presentation. And I believe we have 20 minutes for coffee, roughly, which will be out the door and to the left, I believe. Or you can go straight. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started with our second speaker of the day, Professor Tobias Brinkmann, who is the Malvin and Leah Bank Associate Professor of Jewish Studies and History at Penn State University, University Park, Pennsylvania, and the Director of the Jewish Studies Program. His publications include Between Borders, The Great Jewish Migration from Eastern Europe from Oxford University Press, 2024, a copy of which I believe he has here today. Sundays at Sinai, a Jewish congregation in Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2012. He was a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award in 2013 as editor of Points of Passage, Jewish Transmigrants from Eastern Europe and Scandinavia, Germany, and Britain, 1880 to 1914, from New York, published by Berghahn in 2013. He will be speaking today about safe haven, Jewish refugees and migrants in the free city of Danzig. And just before he begins, I'd like to make a reminder that for those of us who are making presentations, try to speak such that your voice will be heard by the microphone, so lean forward just a little bit so everybody out in the audience can hear you, and preferably speak probably about 20% slower than you intended, just so that everybody can make out every single thing that you're saying. And with that, I give you Dr. Tobias Brinkmann.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful also for the invitation. I'm not, strictly speaking, a Holocaust historian. My field is really modern Jewish history, and my focus is very much migration history. And so, yeah, I just completed this book here, Between Borders. And the previous talk, in many ways, very much highlights the theme of this book. This really is about Jewish journeys. It's not about immigration. Much of the literature about Jewish migration focuses on immigrants, so about New York, about London. This is a book about the in-between. So this is very much a book about trains, steamships, border crossings. What is a little unusual is that I'm not cutting off in 1914, but in the 1960s. So there's quite a bit about the interwar period, about the First World War, the interwar period, and obviously what happens in the 1940s. At that point, it's much more about the scholarship than about the migrants and of course, Holocaust victims. it seems to me, as somebody who's not a Holocaust scholar, that the scholarship about Holocaust history really has neglected the period right after the First World War and the First World War itself. And I think we just heard in the previous paper why that is important. There are real connections in terms of actual actors. People are already being moved around against their will, are displaced, are refugees. So there are really similar issues in similar places, even identical places. And also what is important in my own work, the period right after the First World War witnesses migration restrictions extensively. And anti-Semitism is very little disguised. So Jews from Eastern Europe are specifically regarded as undesirable by the United States, by South Africa, Canada. These are all countries that already in this period specifically where officials declare that Jews from Eastern Europe specifically are not welcome. So this is the backdrop for this paper. Danzig is an important place in my book. It's a curious place. It's not actually a particularly important place in Jewish history, but that changes in the interwar period. It's a very strange space. I'm going to talk about strange spaces in this paper. It's sort of an extraterritorial space that doesn't belong to a state, that actually is a state itself. It's very hard to define. The archival sources for this, specifically for Danzig, I first came across Yiddish papers. There are quite a few Yiddish papers that were published in the early 1920s. So that's already an indication for migrants from further east coming to a German-speaking city with a German Jewish community. And quite a few Yiddish, many short-lived papers were published in Danzig in the early 1920s, just like in Berlin also. The first sources I found where I sort of stumbled over Danzig was at the League of Nations archive in Geneva. And there's extensive material. Much of it is now digitized, so it's actually really accessible. I still had to go to Geneva. That's not necessary. Geneva is important because Danzig was a League of Nations mandate, so that's why there's a lot of material. And then, and this is the other very unusual thing, Danzig is the only community, as far as I know, in Central Europe for which we actually have a complete Gemeinde or community archive that is kept at the Central Archive for the History of the Jewish People in Jerusalem. And the reason why this is the one archive that was not destroyed in the Holocaust is that this archive was actually sent to Mandate Palestine, another mandate, in the late 1930s, because the Jewish community was actually formally dissolved. So it's a very unusual story, and it's, again, connected to this curious status of Danzig. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about other weird territories, blank spots on the map. The first one is Svalbard or Spitzbergen. This is another territory. There are quite a few territories, very small, very remote territories that did not belong to a state after the First World War. And there are really very few. So the biggest one obviously is Antarctica. That still doesn't belong to a state, or Hannah Arendt pointed out in 1940 when she was a refugee in the south of France that there was really only the moon. Svalbard did not belong to a state, and actually when the League of Nations was founded in 1920, this was on the agenda because there had been conflicts between, as you can imagine, over fish, between people, sort of fishing from different countries, Americans, British, Norwegians, and something had to be done about this place. And before the League of Nations could really get involved, the different partners, different countries came together in 1920 and actually drafted a treaty, the Svalbard Treaty or Spitzbergen Treaty, and the territory became part of Norway. But the treaty is really interesting. Anybody can move to Svalbard, even today, so the treaty is still active. Russia, which was obviously not able to participate in this conference, the Soviets and today Russia do not struggle with this treaty, but the treaty gives every person the right to move to Svalbard without a visa and settle there and conduct business. So anybody here, even if you are stateless, you can actually move there. It's very interesting. And this explains why the Soviets actually maintained a presence there during the Cold War and for mining. So mining is another interesting activity, and we're probably going to see more, unfortunately, about Svalbard or Spitsbergen relatively soon, because I'm pretty certain that Russia is going to make attempts to undermine this treaty. It's strategically an important place. And unfortunately, in the interwar periods, I'm not going to spend too much time here talking more about fish and mining, it was just too far to get there, and it was not an option in a sense. This brings us to another territory that is much more better known. And the status of the international settlement in Shanghai is also very complicated. I don't want to go too much into it, but essentially we're talking here about so-called treaty ports that were established after the Opium War. So this is not the history of Hong Kong, which is a British colony, but of de facto colonies that were essentially forced upon China. Most port cities on the Chinese coast were essentially controlled by European powers, Japan and the United States. And Shanghai is the only place where there's a special deal where different powers administer essentially the center of the city as what is called the international settlement. There's also the French concession. It's much more complicated. But essentially we're talking here about a territory that's officially part of China, but in reality, de facto, is an extraterritorial space with a municipal government, quite similar to Danzig actually, and no visa or passport is required to enter it. But of course, a passport is necessary to cross countries on the way to get there, but no entry visa is required, so it's easy to get a transit visa. And again, most people here in the room will know about Shanghai, but Shanghai is already important in the immediate post-1918 period. There's a quite significant number. Some of the people that were mentioned in the first talk, some of these Jews from Lithuania in the western part of the Pale, who are forcibly expelled or taken away from their homes in 1915-16, make their way all the way to Siberia, to Harbin, in some of these places, and many in the Russian Civil War, which also plays out in Siberia, make their way to Shanghai in 1918-19, along with Poles, ethnic Russians, and a whole range of people. And Shanghai is a very interesting place in the 20s, so it's an attractive place to be. Now we come to the mandate. So there are sort of two different levels to understand where Danzig belongs. One is the German side of the story, so I'm going to talk about that first, and then I'll briefly talk about the other mandates like Palestine, just to give you a sense what that actually means. So the people who grew up in Germany here are obviously familiar with maps like this. I certainly in school was certainly went through the Versailles Treaty. As most of you will know, Germany had to cede territories after the First World War. Much of these territories actually, it wasn't very controversial. I mean, it was obvious that Alsace and Lorraine had to be returned. The partitions of Poland, so, that was really not particularly controversial. It was, but there were 4 territories, however, that were complicated. And everybody, again, these territories played a big role in the 1930s. The first territory here on the lower left is the Saar region. This is an area that France claimed. The problem was that the population was largely German-speaking, and France was not the only power negotiating in Versailles, so there were also the British and a few others. So the deal was an interim solution. France did get the Saar region, but only for 15 years, and it became a so-called mandate. So mandate is really a word for interim solution and involvement of the League of Nations. The second territory that was extremely controversial between Poland and Germany was Upper Silesia. the Allies hadn't really figured out what to do with this area. The problem is that the people living in Upper Silesia did not regard themselves mostly as Polish or German, but as Silesian. So this became a very complicated, very violent affair that played out during and after the Versailles Conference. And eventually the decision was to hold a plebiscite, and the plebiscite's results were pretty clearly pro-German, but not decisively. So the Allies divided Upper Silesia into two parts. And this was partly about language, but also about the fact that Poland needed access to mines. But neither side was happy with it. A very complicated story. The third territory was less controversial. It's the very far north there, not so far from here, the Memel region. Germany had to cede the region. Again, it's sort of complicated to go into the ethnic background here, but before Memel could become a mandate, Lithuania simply occupied it. And the Lithuanians needed a port, and they had the port in Memel or Klaipėda, and they decided to effectively give full autonomy to the German-speaking population. So everybody was fairly happy with that solution. And the last territory is Danzig. The simple explanation is that Danzig is essentially 99% German-speaking, but the newly created Polish state did not have a port. So this is a little similar to Upper Silesia. Poland did need a port, and so it was obvious Germany couldn't keep Danzig, but the Allies also realized they couldn't give it to Poland. So they came up with a very complicated compromise, which again did not satisfy either Poland or Germany. They created a de facto mini-state which was essentially administered by an independent, by the city government, with a League of Nations commissioner making sure that everything the rules were followed, so to speak. So a mandate. So the Saar region and Danzig became official mandates of the League of Nations. So there were League officials there to make sure that the rules were followed, so to speak. That is sort of the backdrop, everybody knows that, of course, Germany and Poland tried to, it's a little similar to what we just heard in the previous paper, refugee issues were instrumentalized, people were moved and back across the border to sort of try to shake up the status of this region, especially by Poland, but also by Germany. So it's a quite controversial issue between the two countries. What is not so well known is that these four territories all offered certain advantages for the relatively few Jews who lived there, with the exception of Danzig. The Saar region, when the Nazis come to power in 1933, of course that didn't help them in the Saar region because it was still part of France for 2 more years. And then there was a plebiscite in 1935. So Jews who were in the Saar region could actually move out before Nazi Germany gained full control in 1935. Upper Silesia, maybe for the discussion, this is a very bizarre story, the Bernheim petition. So there were rights for minorities, and in 1933, Jewish representatives filed a motion with the League of Nations successfully, delaying some of the measures that the Nazi regime had implemented. So they couldn't implement it in the German part of Upper Silesia. It's quite a bizarre story. The Memel area, so Ruth Lazarowicz, who some of you know here, has done extensive work about this. So many Jews from Lithuania moved to Memel, Klaipėda in the 1920s, and it's really a fascinating story. And it ends, of course, and actually they were joined by Jews from Eastern Prussia in 1933, and this story comes to a sudden end, of course, in March 1939, when Hitler personally reclaimed this territory, and again, ask me in the discussion perhaps. Danzig is a much more fascinating story. It becomes essentially a point, I call it point of passage, a very important transition point for Jews from various places in Eastern Europe who want to leave the region, who are displaced, who are refugees, along with many other people, including white Russians, including even pogrom perpetrators. They all congregate in this place, and this is hardly known, which I found really surprising. Very briefly, the other mandates. The mandates were really interim solutions for Germany's former colonies in Africa and South Pacific, the Ottoman territory, so that's why Mandate Palestine, Iraq, Syria, and so forth. And I already mentioned the Saar region, Upper Silesia, Memel, and the Free City. So it turned out that Memel and Upper Silesia did not become formal mandates, Okay, so the background in 1918, why is Danzig important? We already, so the previous paper, Professor Rukkas talked quite a bit about about in only a part of it, in a sense. We have a very violent war. We have the forced resettlement of perhaps up to 700,000 Jews from the Pale of Settlement further east, not just to Ukraine, but also to central Russia. Then we have, this is a violent story, this resettlement that was not peaceful. 1915-16, massive destruction of the transportation infrastructure. A new element in 1918, so it's already 1914, mobility restrictions, right? So all the countries in the war restrict mobility to ensure that young men don't leave. As of 1918, every person needs a passport, and in Europe, basically a visa and transit visa. That's a new element, and many people are stateless, right? The Russian Empire is gone, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is gone, Ottoman Empire is gone. So many of the former subjects of these empires are stateless. Some do get citizenship, but this takes time. And many people just never get citizenship. Some relatively prominent figures were stateless throughout the interwar period. And again, statelessness is an important issue in the history of the Holocaust, which is more recently been the subject of some studies, how statelessness was used by the Nazi regime and also in Vichy France. This is already an issue in this period. The Soviets made people stateless to just get rid of them or make sure they could never return. The next point, migration restrictions all over the place. So going to many, joining family members in New York becomes really complicated by 1921. And it's not even possible to get on a ship before 1920 because there are no ships. Or it's complicated to reach a place like Rotterdam where there is still steamship service throughout the First World War. Then we have, of course, this is something I was very interested in my own work, Jewish humanitarian diplomacy. So Jewish aid organizations, crucial is the Joint Distribution Committee of the American Jewish Committee, which was founded in 1914. HIAS, these are organizations that were not founded to deal with this crisis. The Joint was founded to help Jews in Palestine. HIAS existed to help Jews coming to America. These organizations had to completely redefine their mission during the First World War, and they're the only organizations with donors who fund these organizations, because the traditional actors, the Allianz, the German Jewish Hilfsverein, the Anglo-Jewish Association, they don't have the money because of the war, right? They're essentially they're out of play. So the whole world of Jewish aid organizations completely redefined during the war. Okay, I don't want to go into too much detail, ask me in the discussion. So this is what this looks like. The Free City of Danzig is actually not just the city of Danzig, it's actually the Vistula Delta. So it's a bigger territory, and it's really important to look at the borders here. The Free City has borders with Poland and with East Prussia. And there are rail lines, of course, and most importantly, there's the port, right? The deal was essentially that Poland had control, so Poland could essentially move goods through the port. It's sort of like, this is all about tariffs. This is another complicated thing. We don't just have migration restrictions, we also have tariffs everywhere. It's very similar to what's playing out right now. Tariff walls and walls for making movement of people complicated. And initially, it's actually French troops are in the ports to guarantee the safety, and Polish troops are only moved in 1925. So it's not that Polish troops are actually present there, but Poland has a lot of influence in this territory, and Germany is out by 1920. So there are no German troops or German officials or nothing, just local Danzig officials, and of course, that hadn't existed before, so it's a very messy, complicated situation. What is important for people on the move, people, refugees, there are basically no border controls. You can just walk into this territory. The local police sometimes tries to deport people, but with very little success, obviously. Just move further here. This is a little more, I don't know if you can see this here, you see the core of the city. Two places really matter. So one is Sopot. If you have been to Danzig, that's a very beautiful sort of, it's a little bit like Jurmala, like a, has a pier and sort of, this is the place where many of the Jewish transmigrants and people who decided to stay from the former Russian Empire mostly, that's sort of the place where that really concentrated in Sopot. That's where sort of the Russian exile, what was Charlottengrad in Berlin, that's sort of where many people from the former Russian Empire settle in the northern part, not so much in the city of Danzig itself. That's one important place. The other place that's quite important is this refugee camp called Troil. This is a POW camp during the First World War. It's maintained by the city of Danzig, and the conditions in this place were absolutely atrocious. There are many reports by various visitors, Jewish, so there's a lot I found in Geneva, but also various Americans visited the place. US officials were very interested in it because of hygiene. This is a big issue. The US repeatedly banned steamship service from Danzig because of hygienic issues and disease outbreaks. And the conditions in this place were absolutely horrific. And what I think is also very important to emphasize, the fluctuation was very high. So it's, for me as a scholar, really hard to nail this down. It is possible, I think, to really get into this Yiddish paper, so I haven't really done this yet. But I have no numbers. The one number I can tell you, and this is, again, something I hadn't mentioned yet, Danzig is a peculiar case yet for another reason that I hadn't mentioned yet. It's probably the only city in Imperial Germany that actually witnessed the decline of the Jewish population during the 19th century, which you can read as an indicator of lacking development. So Danzig is essentially a victim of the partitions of Poland, as opposed to Königsberg. Königsberg is a city that experiences growth and a boom throughout the 19th century, largely because the railroad gives Königsberg access to Russian markets, especially for grain, in which Jewish merchants play a very important role in the grain trade. So while Königsberg is booming in the late 19th century, Danzig is declining. There's hardly any industrialization, and the Jewish community actually declines. It loses members. The city only experiences very modest growth. That changes. So after this free city of Danzig is actually a good, very good for the development, the economic fortunes of the city, because it's reconnected to the Polish market. And so Danzig actually experiences growth in the 1920s, counter to the story that German nationalists tell. And the Jewish population it hovered around 2,500 or so throughout the 19th century. It didn't really increase. And then it increases in the early 20s to well over 10,000. Again, the number is fluctuating, so the number may have been higher at certain points and lower at others. When the United States effectively closes its gates for Jewish immigrants in 1924 with the Johnson-Reed Act, many transmigrants decide to stay. And there's a certain stability, just like in the Weimar Republic in the second half of the 20s, sort of economic recovery and stability and a period that is little researched. However, this is a report from the Jewish aid organization. It's essentially the welfare arm of the Jewish community. And this is in the so-called stable period in 1927-28. And, well, they are complaining essentially that people just come in without control. So a large number of desperate Jews from Poland, and the situation in Poland is desperate, right? In the second half of the 20s, I would like to mention Felix Warburg visits Warsaw in 1925, and there's like 80% unemployment on young men in Warsaw alone, right? I mean, it gives you sort of a sense. This is, and Danzig is very much exposed to that economic crisis, and the Jewish community is really struggling. At the same time, well-to-do members leave, right, for Germany because it's more stable. They get German citizenship on arrival. And then we have people who go, say, to France or even to the United States and come back destitute to Danzig. I already mentioned this issue with statelessness. Statelessness means essentially you can't move, right? You don't have papers. We have the so-called Nansen passport. You have to apply for one every time. So very complicated situation. And then the typical issues that you find in these reports, always the issue of wife desertion. This is a specific issue for Jewish aid organizations because of Orthodox women requiring permission from a husband to get a divorce, sick care, burials. But the situation in the city may have been stable, but there's still a lot of suffering and poverty. So it's a complex situation. So again, I'm going to come towards the end here. Big picture, there are two big issues going on with Danzig. One is assistance. The other is Jewish humanitarian diplomacy, I would call it. The first one is sort of what I just talked about, right? So the Jewish community is trying to assist refugees. They can't do it on their own. And we have sort of a very complex situation playing out in Geneva. Geneva is an obvious go-to place for Jews in Danzig because it's a mandate, right? And that means there are Jewish organizations present in Danzig, in Geneva, sorry. Namely, and there are two different groups of Jewish organizations, much to the confusion, I have to say, of legal officials who are generally quite sympathetic, not anti-Semitic. On the one hand, we have the old establishment. So I mentioned the Anglo-Jewish Association, the Alliance. The Hilfsverein is sidelined after the First World War, not an important organization anymore. And the Joint Distribution Committee is very much part of that. The key figure representing the established organizations in Geneva is Lucien Wolf, a British Anglo-Jewish figure, very important. On the other side, we have the Eastern Europeans, who didn't really play a big role for the First World War. These are obviously Zionists, different kinds of Zionist organization, and they're also not in agreement, to put it mildly. The key figure in Geneva is, in my opinion, one of the most underrated figures in interwar, broadly Jewish history, who's a hero in my book, Leo Motzkin. And Motzkin understands the potential of Danzig, but essentially the first goal is assistance. So there's a lot in the files of the League High Commissioner for Refugees, that's Fridtjof Nansen, and also in the extensive files about Danzig, by interventions by Jewish organizations to make sure that Jews in this Troil camp and other places were treated better. There are, of course, cases of abuse and violence and so forth. So that's the first one. And we have sort of these different actors, right? The establishment organizations, the Zionists, and then Hayes and the Jewish Colonization Association. I haven't mentioned that yet. That's the Baron de Hirsch organization that was founded in the 1890s to settle Jews in agricultural colonies. In the 1920s, the JCA had a lot of money, and obviously the Eastern European aid organizations had no money. So there is a real sort of efforts by Motzkin in particular to get money. He's often not getting money from the Joint, but he's getting money from Hayes, which indirectly gets money from the Joint, and from the Jewish Colonization Association. So this is sort of a very complex system. I can't go into detail here for the lack of time, but essentially the Jewish Gemeinde is often trying to, play these people quite successfully. So for instance, I have one case where the rabbi in Danzig is desperately trying to get money from the Joint Office in Warsaw. And of course, the representative there, the suffering in Ukraine is far worse than anything in Danzig. So he doesn't really care. And also, these are German Jews, right? This guy is Boris Bogan, who's originally from the Russian Empire. He doesn't want to deal with these people. So the rabbi goes straight to New York and gets money from the Joint Office in New York. And of course, when Bogan finds out that they work behind his back, he's pretty angry. This is all documented in letters I found in the Central Archive in Jerusalem, right? So quite a story. So one is the assistance side. The other side, that's much more interesting in some ways, is the issue of humanitarian diplomacy. Because Motzkin in particular, Wolf less so, sees the potential of actually negotiating a status. And this is an ongoing issue, it's already an issue before the First World War, negotiating a status for stateless refugees. Even a representation, perhaps. Motzkin goes even so far to say Jews as a people without a territory should become a member of the League of Nations. That's pretty bold. And the way they're going to deal with Danzig is that they try to get citizenship for everybody in Danzig. Already, and they begin right away, from the moment the mandate is created. And they have some success. The compromise is that only 5 years of residence are required to get Danzig citizenship. So that's, a little bit. But of course, they never reach their actual goal. But it's interesting. So coming to the end here, so I cannot, I can only sketch parts of this, a much bigger story. But in a sense, I talked about these extraterritorial or de facto extraterritorial spaces. What really matters here is that they provide safety and protection, even though the conditions are difficult. We know it was very difficult in Shanghai during the Second World War, but they provide a significant degree of safety for stateless people. So territories that don't belong to a state are good places for refugees in some ways. And I want to emphasize that does not necessarily apply to failing states like Somalia or Yemen or Afghanistan. But these places were relatively safe for complicated reasons, in a sense. We are not talking about failing states here. I mentioned Motzkin's project of a true League of Nations, a true Völkerbund. So it's, as he pointed out, it's called League of Nations, it's not called League of States or territorial states. That is an interesting project. And that is taken up again by Hannah Arendt, of course, famously. I think that the story of Danzig in many ways is quite relevant today. We have large numbers of people, and I'm not even talking about internally displaced people. We have many people who are literally stranded in between, often on the borders or near the borders of failing states. They are often de facto or even de jure stateless, and there is really no protection for these people. And I think there's a lot there, not just in Hannah Arendt's works, but already in some of the memoranda that Leo Motzkin wrote, which are in the Central Zionist Archive, interestingly in German. So he wrote this in German. Found this surprising. Try to figure out how to provide a safe status, provide safety and protection for people who are stranded in between. And so the story of Danzig is a very unusual story, and I think it deserves attention. And just very briefly, when the Nazis came to power in 1933, they also won the election in Danzig, so they're actually in power. But the status of the city sort of mitigated the impact of the terror. So the League's influence, of course, eroded very, very quickly. But even as late as 1938, some of the destruction of synagogues was delayed by months. Some synagogues were not destroyed in November 1938. So it's a very curious and bizarre story which explains why the archive was saved of the Gemeinde and why also many objects, this is a bizarre story, this is the origin story of the Jewish Museum in New York, is the objects from the Danzig Gemeinde. So that's also quite a curious story. And the story ends, of course, with the beginning of the Second World War, not coincidentally in Upper Silesia and Danzig, right? So the Nazis were very focused on rectifying the mistakes that had been made. But by then, many Jews had left. Tragically, most Jews left Danzig for Poland, and that turned out to be a trap, right? And we'll hear more about traps later. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Brinkmann, for your presentation. As moderator, I'm going to take the privilege to ask one quick question. I did have access to the paper, so there's one sentence here towards the end that I would like to ask about. You wrote several Yiddish weekly papers were published in Danzig in the early 1920s, shedding light on the rise of new forms of Jewish life in the city. I was wondering, since it does address the general theme of this conference, does the Gemeinde Archive have anything to say about these new forms of Jewish life? Do they appear in the Gemeinde Archive at all? What more is there to say about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. No. So what is a very bizarre situation that we have something playing out in Danzig that played out in many places, but not so much in Germany, but certainly in London, New York, Chicago. That is actually what I did in my earlier work as a scholar. So essentially we have established Jewish communities, by 1840s, 1850s, 1860s, 1870s, and then a very large number of Jews from Eastern Europe arrive, right, in the 1880s, 1890s. And so we have these conflicts that are sometimes called Germans versus Russians in New York, in Chicago, in many American cities. In reality, there are not conflicts. It's a very complex story because there are many, many migrants are actually sort of in between. They're from the Polish partitions, and so they are actually much closer to some of the immigrants. It's a very complex story. And exactly that plays out in Danzig. We have essentially a Gemeinde structure that is completely German, and it's actually German, and a large number of newcomers arrive. Initially, many of the newcomers are in transit, right? They're in a sense not really part of the community because they come and leave, or they're in this camp. So the focus is very much on assistance. But when it becomes clear in the mid-20s, so already by 1923 or so, the Jewish Gemeinde, as a concession, actually hires a rabbi an Orthodox rabbi. So this is quite a concession. To basically to offer services for the Orthodox newcomers, essentially. But what I found interesting, as far as I could tell from the Gemeinde Archive, there's very little evidence of that. So it seems to me very clear that the newcomers organized their own organizations. They were formally tied to the Gemeinde, but I have to say also I didn't go so far into the details to look at the membership lists. What we do have are these Yiddish papers, and I haven't gone too much into them. The copies I found are at Widener Library at Harvard, and it's very similar to Berlin. So we have papers that are very short-lived, and there's a lot going on. Also culturally, a lot of cultural activities of all sorts, literary, theater, and so forth. So. And again, it's not researched, essentially. And I was, this book is a big picture book, so I didn't go too much into detail, but the Danzig project is one of the things that are on my to-do list to really get into this material. So there's clearly a lot going on. Also, some of the people who pass through Danzig are relatively interesting and prominent. So there's one, as some of you may have never heard his name, Simon Kuznets. Simon Kuznets was a very prominent economist from Kyiv. He won the Nobel, or was awarded the Nobel Prize for Economics in 1971. And he, it's quite interesting. So in his case, he wrote about Jewish migration as sort of a hobby project. And so his story is that they're swept up in the Russian Civil War, and basically after his mother dies, they're fleeing to Poland, and his mother dies in Warsaw in 1922, and then he goes to Danzig and then gets out just before the 1924 law kicks in, and then makes this academic career. And that's only one person. So I think generally it's hardly known that quite a few people went through Danzig. I often deal with, I often get emails from people who do their family research, and I have noticed that many just get out just before 1924, and this is how they got out, right? So I do know from the files that some were sent to Rotterdam, and then the rabbi personally, the main rabbi personally went to the German consulate to get transit visa for some of these migrants, right? So, but generally the answer is divided community, which is not particularly surprising. But again, enormous fluctuation also.
Okay, and now we have questions. I think we have exactly 13 minutes for questions. We have a hard stop at noon. Start up front.
Yeah, thank you so much. You basically already answered my question. I found it so interesting, this situation with all these German Jews and then the Eastern European Jews arriving there, and you have this community archive. So I was basically interested in the same thing, like how is it reflected, this special status in these documents? I mean, were they interested in mixing those communities together? But you just said that no. And were they reflecting on this special status and also questions about identity? I mean, it was a German Jewish community, and now all these Eastern Europeans were coming. So I was really interested in these questions of identity.
Yeah, again, that is quite complex. So I have, of course, grappled with this issue in the American context quite a bit. So it's very hard to explain to some of my colleagues who work in American Jewish history how complex the meaning of the term German is, right? And so Germanness is really a cultural identity, I think. So Germanness means modern, essentially. And for American Jews who define themselves as German, like Jakob, so this is actually an actor in the story. He dies in 1920. So I found a letter that he wrote to Paul Nathan, who's the kind of mover and shaker of the Hilfsverein in 1914. Nathan wanted him to sort of push for American support of Germany. And Schiff says he's been an American citizen longer than Germany even has existed, so quite interesting. And he has no connection to Germany. Germanness for him is purely a cultural identity. It's quite an interesting remark. And and he says, like, I'm American, and leave me alone with this nationalism stuff. So it's quite complex, and it's also complex in Danzig because Danzig is not part of Germany anymore, right? So there's a citizenship law. All people who had German citizenship are automatically grandfathered into this Danzig citizenship. And I haven't even looked into that. What happens after the 5-year residency kicks in? Do many of the former refugees apply for Danzig citizenship, which would make them sort of quasi-German? And would that entitle them to move to Germany itself, right? I don't know. I could see the Weimar Republic actually had a relatively open policy towards immigrants. Prussia in particular gave citizenship to many Jews from the former Russian Empire, even stateless Jews. So this is quite an interesting story in this regard. Eastern European, of course, is not a particularly useful term, so it's complex. I honestly don't know. So I know I've seen a lot of people from Ukraine. I know there are quite a few white Russian rather problematic figures, because that comes up in comments by some in the Jewish Aid Organization correspondence that there were pogrom perpetrators in Danzig. Some are quite prominent even, and yeah, it's everything is in flux, and then we have these new states, and I would think it's very hard to nail this down, essentially. And remember, there is no state of Israel or anything of that. The United States is not accessible, so people are really trying to figure out what they're going to do. And for many, it's not a particularly big issue. They're just in a relatively safe place. They don't want to or cannot go back. This is something I think that Professor Rukkas hinted at that. The Soviet Union actually bans people from going back. So there's sort of people, if they leave, and that's it. They can't go back. So this is something that comes up also. Again, this is quite complex. Riga is another one of these places. So I have not talked about this here. I have a lot of reports of migrants and refugees stranded here in 1920. The situation is absolutely dire, and the protections that exist in Danzig don't exist here. And that's why Jewish aid organizations start reaching out to the Latvian government. So it's complex. And generally, often the references in the documents are the stateless people or the stateless Jews. There are all sorts of names, and as a historian, I'm very cautious and I don't trust sort of labels. And in the Yiddish press, it's pretty simple. It's Mitzrach Yidden, right? Jews from the East, basically. That's a term that's often used, and that's very similar in the Berlin Yiddish papers also. Yeah.
Thanks, Tobias, for opening this window into Danzig. I would like to learn a bit more about Leon Motzkin. What was the conflict with Lucien Wolf? One thing. Then, what is this idea of League of Nations rather than League of Territorial States? I don't understand that really. And how is that linked to the situation of the Jews in interwar Europe or even to Danzig? Yeah. Is there a link there?
So Motzkin is a Zionist. He's originally from Ukraine. He studies in Berlin. He is a central figure in the Zionist World Organization, but he's initially quite close to Chaim Weizmann, but he's part of what is known as the Gegenwartsarbeit people. So on the concrete issues that are just around the corner, not focused on the utopian long project of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. And in the 20s, that division between these Gegenwartsarbeit people like Motzkin and Weizmann really deepens. And ultimately, as we all know, Weizmann would be vindicated, right? But that's not so clear in the 20s. Motzkin's very focused on what's going on in Eastern Europe. There are, and I could go on and on to talk about, he's behind different organizations. So he's in Paris at the Peace Conference with other establishment figures like Wolf and also Marshall from the United States. But the issue is American Jews drop out, essentially. The only thing that the aid organizations remain around, like the Joint, but American Jews are not very involved in the politics. And Wolf's big project is to give Jews as a people agency and that they're recognized as a sovereign, even though there is no territory. And he's not particularly interested in the Palestine issue. He's a Zionist, but his concrete goal is to get representation for Jews in the League of Nations and use that to then, for interventions. And Wolf, this is really interesting. Lucien Wolf is a rival to a certain extent. Wolf's ultimate tragedy is that he actually believes that the League can intervene because we obviously have violations of these minority treaties all over the place. Motzkin understands that the League is not very strong, but he still is trying to secure recognition for Jews as a people, as a member. That's why he gets into coalitions with very strange bedfellows, namely the so-called Nationalities Congress that's founded in 1926, not coincidentally when Germany joins the League. And that, in a sense, is an attempt by Germany, and it's actually connected to Riga because the guiding figure in this was Paul Schiemann, a figure here from Riga, a Baltic German. And the idea was to have representation of different minorities, and the German government and the Hungarian government, of course, tried to use this to push for minority rights and undermine the different treaties, right? And Motzkin joined, so his organizations join, or the organizations he's affiliated with. Of course, Lucien Wolf and the Joint, and they're horrified because that questions the loyalty of Jews as Germans or as French or as English citizens. So it's all very controversial, but the core here is sovereignty for Jews as a people and recognition, and then use that to help Jews on the ground in places like, this is about the Baltic. The other big area is Romania, what's today Moldova, Transnistria. There's also a very ugly conflict playing out, 1918-19, which very, very, very concerning, in my opinion, really shows parallels to what happens in 1941. A lot of violence, and again, these are concrete crises, and something has to be done about that.
And for our final question of the session.
Thanks. This is a really interesting story, and I wonder if you can speculate a little about why it is. I mean, you said at the beginning it's not very well researched, so both in the historiography and in memory, that this, whereas Shanghai is known, what happened to this story?
Yeah, so Shanghai is also a good case here, because everybody knows about Shanghai until the Japanese capitulation in August 1945, and after that everything is fine, right? It's not, because the about 20,000 Jews who are in Shanghai can't really go anywhere in 1945. The State of Israel doesn't exist. The United States essentially pursues a closed gate policy. Australia, which would be the obvious place, is essentially run by a government that's pretty openly racist and anti-Semitic even. And so that's also a very curious situation that I discuss a little bit in the book, and there's also a dissertation by Sarah Halpern, which is going to come out hopefully sooner than later about this. So Jews in Shanghai is stuck, essentially. And it gets more interesting. When the State of Israel is founded, there's a significant number of German and Austrian, former stateless now, German and Austrian Jews who refuse to go to Israel. They do not want to go to Israel. They also don't want to go to Germany, obviously, but that's where they are taken against their will, because that's the only option for stateless people. And to make this even more bizarre, they are taken through the territory of the United States in sealed trains and deported from Ellis Island. So that's just one Shanghai story. And I think that the Danzig story has been completely overlooked, because the scholarship was very focused on Danzig in the sort of German history and Polish history. It was that sort of contested place like Upper Silesia, and only now, after 1990, that Germany and Poland are generally very friendly and have recognized their mutual borders. So this issue is gone. Germany has no claims on Danzig anymore, or Upper Silesia. In fact, Poland has actually given de facto autonomy to the Silesian population. So another issue that's, everybody's happy about that. So I think it's only now that sort of opens up the deeper sort of, different view at Danzig in this period. And the German and Polish historians were not particularly interested in, Jews who were transiting or sort of living in Danzig in the interwar period. The scholarship is also curious. There's some work now about the 19th century. It's not very good, in my opinion. You can ask me about this, because the people who write about the 19th century don't recognize it's such a weird story of decline and not growth, and so different from other Jewish communities. So it's very focused on Danzig itself. So I see real potential really by also comparing some of these mandates. That's something I haven't really gone into yet. The League is administering these different mandates. Even though Palestine is de facto a British colony, there are, of course, files in Geneva also. So it might be quite interesting to take a little closer look there and approach it from that angle. And what is known, I should say, is the 1930s, right? Because of the Nazi terror. But the problem is that the League commissioner at this point, Karl Burkhardt, was a Swiss kind of conservative. Basically, about 20 years or so, it turned out that he had lied in his memoirs and in reality was quite close to the Nazi leaders, and he had sort of covered this up. So he's not a trustworthy source. So again, it's only shows how important it is to actually look at the actual sources in Geneva and the actual letters that were written to get a little better sense of that. So I don't know too much about the dissolution of the Jewish community and the actual history, but there is some literature, but basically it's completely, there's a lot of parts of the story are not researched. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's thank Professor Brinkmann one last time.
The head of the Center for Judaica Research at the Documentary Heritage Department at the National Library of Lithuania and curator of Judaica collection in the library. Her field of expertise is the cultural history of the European and Lithuanian Jewry. She's an author of numerous articles and editor of several books, curator of exhibitions, participant and organizer of Lithuanian and international cultural, educational, academic events dedicated to Jewish culture, its preserving and memorialization, and also a great friend on whose help we can always count. Lara, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, I would like to express how honored and privileged I feel being here, being invited by such, and also on behalf of the National Library, by such partners as the Washington Holocaust Museum, the Riga University and its Center for Jewish Studies, Yad Vashem and the Museum of Jews in Latvia. I don't remember any event when the National Library would be just in that constellation. I feel a great responsibility as well, especially because I was invited to present at the conference, which center is indeed Holocaust, and it's not exactly my field of expertise. But just now, before the end of the break, we talked with Serafima that Holocaust didn't just happen. Something was predecessing it, and it didn't happen without consequences, also even when the war was finished. So in that regard and in that context, I hope my presentation will make some sense, because I will be speaking about the actually last official period of existence of such an important institution, not only of Vilnius, but of the whole region, as the YIVO Institute, which, when it was established in 1925 in Vilnius, was called Jewish Scientific Institute, and now continues its activities, one of a very few institutions that continues the activities continued during the Holocaust and after it, as a New York YIVO Institute for Jewish Research. And of course, it is the very moment to mention that next year, next May, this institution will mark its centennial. And although the history of YIVO was also, as fate of its collections, has been discussed in many articles, book chapters, encyclopedias, and even one monograph. For now, the subject is far from exhausted, not only because of the vastness and of the cultural achievement of YIVO, but also because new documents pertinent to YIVO are continuously being discovered or come to the fore. Speaking of the former group, several thousands of pages of YIVO-related materials were recently rediscovered in several institutions of Vilnius, in Vilnius. Today, however, I will focus on documents that were accessible for years, but not sufficiently presented in the scholarship, although they would substantially add to our knowledge of YIVO. The documents that are mostly in Lithuanian and preserved mainly in the Lithuanian National State Archives, although some, again, were discovered at the National Library of Lithuania, are related to the YIVO Institute in 1940 and 1941, and speaking exactly from the middle 1940 till the Nazi occupation, the year when Vilnius came under the Soviet jurisdiction. These documents are extremely important, supplying the last glimpse of the state of the YIVO structure, the content of its archival collection, the museums, and the library immediately before the Nazi occupation and the plundering and looting that accompanied it. At the same time, these documents demonstrate how, although not closed officially, the Institute stagnated under the new regime, and only a couple of positive developments happened during this period. Even though these documents have been, as I said, have been fully accessible, foreign researchers seldom use them because of the linguistic obstacle, and the local ones, much like what was told us by Tobias about Danzig, were not very much interested, the local historians, I mean, because of, in their research of Sovietization of Lithuania, they are usually not engaged in discussing the fate of Jewish institutions, being predominantly concerned by the Lithuanian ones and the Lithuanians. Recently, more of such documents, as I said, were found in the Judaica collection of the Lithuanian National Library. These were indeed not known for decades and make a substantial addition to the corpus. And so I know that you are very knowledgeable, but still I need to briefly introduce you to this period. What did it mean to all the institutions in Lithuania? The period of the first Soviet occupation of Lithuania, although brief, as I said, was full of tragic events. The Institute of Democracy of the Independent Lithuania were dismantled, and about 110,000 of its citizens, among them numerous Jews, were deported to Gulag and other concentration camps. Through the measures taken by the new regime towards Jewish community, the basis of Jewish national life was irreversibly undermined. The Jewish community and many social and cultural institutions related to it were liquidated, and their property was nationalized. I will show you, I will not bother you by many bothering pictures, but still I would just show you the document of nationalization, which is very short, very brief in Lithuanian, and so crucial to it's just one document that just changed almost everything. Oh, it's only me who sees it. Yeah, sorry. So, which one? First. Yeah. Why we don't see it? I don't know. Maybe? Okay, we'll just go without. No, it should work. Okay, I will, in the meantime, continue, right? You can see it. No. Okay, it's not actually crucial. All Zionist and Zionist perceived activities were prohibited, as well as Yiddish-orientated social party Bund and its associated organizations, among them schools. Hebrew press stopped, the system of Hebrew education disbanded, including yeshivas and religious schools, and all Yiddish schools reformed and reorientated to Soviet curriculum. Even the Yiddish periodical press was reduced to a couple of pro-communist editions. Two major Jewish libraries and the Ansky Jewish Museum of History and Ethnography were also nationalized, and their archives activities heavily censored. In Vilnius, these processes were all the more specific. From September to October 1939, Vilnius, then a Polish city, of course, was occupied by the Red Army during the Soviet invasion of Poland, which accompanied the German invasion as a result of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But the time wasn't enough for developing institutes of Soviet regimes. The city had returned to the Republic of Lithuania on the 10th of October 1940, which means that upon the Soviet annexation on Lithuania in June October 1939, which means that upon the Soviet annexation of Lithuania in June 1940, the Lithuanization and reformation of state structures in the newly gained capital had been going for less than a year. Really. It's not worth it. It's not a crucial point. Let it be. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And how do I? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Ilya. So this is that short document of nationalization of the Jewish community and its institution. And we will return to what does it mean, Jewish community and its institution. What does it mean for YIVO? Excuse me. Thus, the Jewish community and all Jewish organizations in Vilnius that had barely adapted to new conditions felt an especial hardship under the Soviet regime. And although individual members of the city Jewish population differed in their political preferences, and there were indeed in their midst sympathizers of the socialist way of life, on the whole, the change of regime had undoubtedly detriment effect on the Jewish Vilnius that for several previous centuries was regarded as a prominent European center of Jewish culture. And now to YIVO. Even during the short period of the Soviet occupation of Lithuania in 1939, YIVO experienced forced blows from the Soviets. During this time, one of the leading figures of YIVO, editor and writer Zalman Reisen, was arrested, and his fate is unknown. Most probably he perished in prison in Russia. The director of YIVO, Max Weinberg, who was abroad at the moment, didn't return and proceeded to US. He did intend to return, and he wrote in one of his letters to his colleagues in US, who insisted that he come immediately to US. He writes so: if Vilna will not become a backroom of Russia, it can again become a mother city in Israel, not only for Lithuanian Jews, but for the Jews arriving from elsewhere too. Then my place is in Vilna. But he was not under any illusion and stated that if the intervention occurred, and I quote, "you must think about saving the collection and people by transporting them to America and ending the European period of YIVO history." And it was as early as 1939. He was serendipitous, of course, sadly so. Another co-director of YIVO, Zeli Kalmanovich, maybe it's a good moment to say that both Weinberg and Kalmanovich were originally from Latvia, who was strictly anti-communist, moved to Latvia. When in October of 40 Red Army left Vilnius, Kalmanovich returned, motivated to continue serving his beloved institution. And when Soviet invasion to all three Baltic states in June 1940, with that he was trapped and stayed in Vilnius. Although, as he will be, as I try to demonstrate further, he was unable to prevent transformation of YIVO into a satellite institution of Soviet system. He tried but failed. In that way, as early as 1939, the YIVO has been left without three of its leaders. But YIVO was an independent private academic institution and not an institution of the Jewish community. During the interwar period, it was a true pinnacle of Jewish intellectuality and a nucleus of nascent academic Jewish studies. The Soviet period marked a critical change in its status as well as in its activities, although the Soviets needed to treat YIVO separately, at least honored YIVO by that. In the most succinct way, the Institute's transformation is depicted in its last activities report, presented to the board of the Academy of Science of Soviet Lithuania on the 15th of June 1941, a week before Nazi invasion. And I quote, "On September 14, 1940, the Society Friends of Yivo was closed by the decree of the head of the city, and all its material possessions proclaimed belonging to the Commissary for the Folk Education. On October 10, by the commissary decree, the institute was under the aegis of the Institute of Lithuanian Studies at the Academy of Science of Soviet Lithuania, and the number of its staff members was reduced from 50 to 9. In this report, Yivo is called the Institute of Jewish Culture, and it is signed by its then head, Professor Noach Prilutsky. It is worth analyzing the group of documents I referred to in the beginning of this paper for more details of that institutional development and evaluate what it meant for the inner life of the institution and for its status. During April and May 1940, the integrating of Yivo into the network of institutions of independent Lithuania was formally finalized by approval of its statute and new seal in Lithuanian by the Committee for Press and Institutions at the Ministry of Interior. Zelik Kalmanovich, who as a former co-director of the Institute functioned during this period as its head, and who was also the only Lithuanian citizen among the staff, so he was only one who could do this, signed the document presenting the statute and the design of the seal. However, just a month later, when Vilnius was already Soviet, the activities of Yivo were suspended by the decree of the head of the city until receiving a special permission, as they said, to continue upon presenting a request to do so. The initiative group of Yivo presented such request, of course, in July. The note of an unsigned official in the request said, "Until the resolving, the activities are suspended." What I'm trying to do here is show you that it was a matter not of months, but of days, the changes and changes of Yivo fate. In the end of August, the decree of the Ministry of the Interior sent to the head of Vilnius city proclaimed that, and now I quote, "The activities of the Society Friends of Jewish Scientific Institution is incompatible with the demands of security of the state, and it must be closed." And this rhetoric is very close to the rhetorics that were used in the old documents of the nationalization, incompatible with the functioning of the Soviet Lithuania or some such. It was never motivated what was bad in the activities of Yivo and what was exactly incompatible in that. They didn't bother. As was noted earlier, in October, Yivo ceased existing as an independent institution. Interesting, however, that even before the decision in the middle July, a Yivo archivist, Moishe Lehrer, was appointed by a government representative for Vilnius to function as a disposer of the institute instead of Zelik Kalmanovich. Documents present no explanation for the change, but the motive seems clear enough. Lehrer was long known for his pro-communist sympathies, whereas rather pro-Zionist Kalmanovich, although not demonstrating any disloyalty to the new regime, could be considered unfit to lead the institution. Lehrer then also promoted himself to the head of the archives of Yivo, and in December he already held a position of the head of the museum and the archives. Again, as I said in the beginning, there were sympathizers of the regime among the Jews, but not all of them held any position, not necessarily and not automatically held any position with the regime because of that, but Lehrer was one of those who did. Some researchers call Lehrer the Institute Commissar on behalf of the government. Indeed, from his further documented action, it seems that he himself insinuated to the government officials a necessity of dismissing Kalmanovich from the position of the head of the institute. And just for comparison, what was his characteristic of Max Weinberg, who already left at the time, again in a letter to a government official. He writes, Lehrer writes, a bourgeois who had a free reign of the institute and exploited its staff without doing virtually any work himself. Max Weinberg, who is the leading Yiddish linguist and the father of Yiddish linguistics, did virtually no work by himself. Okay. Since the Institute for Lithuanian Studies had no expertise in Jewish languages and culture, the Commissary for the Folk Education enlisted its consultant on Jewish issues. Sam Kurlanchik, I even don't found his name, who was Jewish and could read at least in Yiddish, as an expert to prepare an overview of the institute's collections that should be nationalized and became a part of the collections of Institute for Lithuanian Studies. Now, the dilemma was such that they needed to nationalize just everything, right? But they didn't need those Jewish documents. It was just a situation when they were not yet prepared to destroy them, so they couldn't take it, and they couldn't take them and couldn't leave them. So they tried to figure out what to do with them. And the cynicism of enlisting Jews for assessing what should be done, like next steps of Sovietization, is very striking in all those documents. Kurlanchik presented his report in the end of September. It was rather brief and finished by such recommendation, I quote, the institute should be reformed and became a truly socialist scholarly institution. To that end, there is a need to invite a Jewish scholar from the Soviet Union who would prepare the project of such reform. We will not find among us such a Soviet scholar. In that way, the evaluator expressed his lack of trust in YIVO personnel's academic level, as well as, and maybe more important, their ideological suitability. While the officials studied the report, the staff of the institute was not paid. Under the Soviet regime, it was not allowed to receive subsidies from abroad that previously constructed the financial basis of YIVO, and not yet being nationalized, it did not receive salaries from the government. So people, well, just more or less, for several months, they were left to starve. Moshe Lever, let's give him his due, several times appealed to the Commissary for the Folk Education for aid, expressing the hope for the Institute to be nationalized in the nearest future and underline the plight of its personnel. Finally, in November, the director of Institute for Lithuanian Studies, Vincas Krevemetskevičius, ordered the official transfer of ownership of all the belongings of the YIVO, and the name of the YIVO collections was changed to the Third Museum and Library of the Institute of Lithuanian Studies. Third, YIVO used to also be the fourth. Now it was the Fourth Museum. The formal, though not physical transfer occurred in the beginning of November. The full inventory of the YIVO belongings, from scrupulous description of its collections to the last piece of furniture and object of daily use, and of course the building itself and the plot of land it occupied from 1933 was made. This was nationalized during the procedure. Sadly ironic as it may seem, the inventory presents the last accurate description of YIVO and its holding on the eve of the destruction as was the case actually with all the nationalized institutions. All the documents show the same scrupulous description of what they held. For example, just a curious thing, when they nationalized the Jewish cemetery, how do you nationalize a cemetery? But they did. They also listed a horse and a dog. That was a guard dog, some kind of guard dog on the cemetery, and was a horse for the funeral cart. They also listed those. But for Yivo, what is important, we do have that important information about some invaluable parts of the collection. For example, 125 paintings, which, by the way, nobody saw after the war, and 44 sculptures and ceramic objects, a collection of theater costumes, 6,000 manuscripts of Jewish writers and Pinkassim, etc. During the earlier period, Yivo holdings and new acquisitions of the library, archives, and museums were regularly referred and updated in the bulletin Yivo Ideas, Yivo News. But since the nationalization, the bulletin ceased to publish, so the inventories remain the sole source of assessing the cultural treasures accumulated by Yivo. Moshe Lehrer was left in charge as a safekeeper of the property of the former Yivo before planned physical transfer would take place. Although the transfer was to be overseen by the representative of the Institute of Lithuanian Studies from one side and of the former Yivo from another, yet another external expert was enlisted by the Institute and later presented his report and evaluation of the holdings and state of affairs in the former Yivo. It was Grigory Vershubsky, a son of a famous Jewish medical doctor and cultural activist, Avrom Vershubsky. Grigory Vershubsky held a PhD in social studies from the University of Berlin and in jurisprudence from the University of Leipzig, and at the time of evaluation worked as a journalist in a socialist paper Wilner MS. The motive for choosing him is unclear because his Marxist ideas and involvement into socialist activities, even before the Soviets arrived, were hardly enough. However, it must have been strong, since he was also an expert for the Institute in evaluating the holdings of the famous Strashun Library that was as well nationalized and came under the aegis of the Institute. Indeed, Vershubsky's evaluation is much more detailed and qualified than Kurlanchik's, and I must say that Vershubsky's report on the Strashun Library is the only but the last document that lists the 5 incunabula that belonged to the library and were thought to be the only incunabula of Vilnius, and also not recovered after the war. So he was qualified in a way, but the question why was another expert needed just underlines the uncertainty of the Institute of Lithuanian Studies about Yivo. They were aware how important Yivo was. They were not prepared to give Yivo the acknowledgement of such importance and to somehow recognize it among other institutions, but they were just lost. But as a matter of fact, after all those evaluations, the former Yivo was left in its own place physically, and none of its holdings relocated, in spite of all the decisions. None of its holdings relocated until the Nazi occupation. And the Institute attempted to continue its activities. Becoming subordinate to the Institute of Lithuanian Studies, the former Yivo was able to continue to some extent its work. However, there were numerous obstacles. The Institute of Lithuanian Studies, I need to continuously call it in its full name because Yivo is also an institute. So the Institute of Lithuanian Studies recommended a dramatic reduce in personnel that would make continuation of the research work and even maintaining a routine immensely difficult. If they would reduce the personnel, they would need to reconsider
all their course of activities. But, and for that, Lehrer didn't agree. He kept to send to the director of the Lithuanian Institute lists of staff that included from 19 to 17 persons who Lehrer expected to be paid. This gradually increased his conflict with the Krivets, the director of the Lithuanian Institute, who of all those persons perceived only one, Noach Prilutsky, as an academic and could not grasp that Yivo worked successfully for the 15 years due to enthusiastic teamwork of people who, not being necessarily trained scholars, were inspired and instructed by academic leadership. From the part of the Institute itself, Lehrer's inflexibility and never-ending requests led to stagnation in work and most probably to depressed mood of the staff who did not know what was in stock for them. The rhetoric of Lehrer's letters shows his self-aggrandizement and as a true head of the Institute who would not compromise as a matter of principle, thus endangering the institution and his colleagues. The conflict culminated after Lehrer, in the end of December, sent a complaint to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Lithuania. So, in fact, he complained over the head of the Lithuanian Institute, right, to the higher authority, which is not acceptable by many directors. The document itself was not found, but the response sent by Krivets to the commissary survived. It was, in fact, a counter-complaint full of ideological undercurrents. In Krivets' response, Yivo was characterized as not exactly scientific and also pro-Zionist. Yivo, pro-Zionist, okay. Institution that was orientated not towards the Lithuanian Jewish community. Suddenly, the Lithuanian Jewish community became an issue. And the communist Russia, but the capitalist West. Krivets did not omit foreign donations, which he called American dollars. You recognize that rhetoric, right? Especially those who lived some once on that territory, to the former Yivo, and irritatingly underlined its overblown staff and multiple times mentioned Lehrer's greed in securing undeserved money for his institution and himself. In the end of the letter, Krivets expressed an opinion that Noach Prilutsky would suit much better to the position of the head of this institution. At that time, Prilutsky himself, who was, by the way, a collaborator of Yivo for many years, but from 1939 he was physically in Vilnius as a refugee from Warsaw, and he tried very hard to become a part of the actually first Jewish life here in Lithuania, and then even of the Soviet system. And he achieved that, becoming a renowned member of Soviet Lithuania's academic establishment. From November 1940, he held a chair of Jewish studies at Vilnius University. The chair of Jewish studies, by the way, was not a gift of Soviet, any gift of Soviet regime. The Yivo worked on that project initiated by Max Weinberg from the late 1938, and this project was supported by Professor Mykolas Bērziņš. Upon his assignment, Bērziņš's assignment as the rector of the Vilnius University, Bērziņš approved of establishing of the chair of Yiddish that was rather symbolically inaugurated on the day of the official nationalization of the Yivo, November 12, 1940. So Prilutsky, of course, didn't oppose the decision, and almost immediately the decision came into effect in such form that already in the beginning of January 1941, Prilutsky received an order of Krivets to undertake former Jewish Scientific Institute from Moshe Lehrer. Prilutsky instantaneously reduced the number of paid personnel to 7. He was eager to renew the work and left the conflict behind, and was very strict in his relations with the former members of the staff who continued to work, as he said, on their own responsibility and could not, in his opinion, demand payment. After many requests made to Prelutsky and his refusal to consider them, Lehrer and several other members of the YIVO staff sent again a complaint to the work inspector about withholding of salaries, and in mid-April 1941, Mickiewicz sent his response to the Ministry of Education. This letter of Mickiewicz was more brief than his early evaluation of YIVO, but also more energetically accusing in tone. YIVO was now called by him a definitely bourgeois institution that received its funding from the world Jewry of capitalistic orientation and from religious communities. Religious communities, of course, it's a forbidden word already in the atheist ethics of Soviet Union. So religious communities also became the donators of YIVO, which is, of course, absurd. In his earlier letter, Mickiewicz recommended in-depth reformation of the institution in order to adapt and subjugate it to the goals of the Academy of Science of Soviet Lithuania. In the letter, however, he suggested transferring it to one of the central cities of the Soviet Union from which it could more easily monitor the life of the world Jewry, end of quote. In fact, moving a research center for Jewish culture out of Lithuania. The ministry resolution was such that he was not aware of those matters. He leaves the decision to Mickiewicz. In the meantime, Mickiewicz became a president of the Academy of Science, and he again accused Lehrer, held him fully responsible for not fulfilling the instructions and creating false expectations in members of staff who would otherwise have a possibility to find another job. So again, there is this undecision. Would the institute be moved out of Lithuania? Or should it just be reducing staff so that people would not have false expectation and find another job, but it would continue its activities? It only shows how did they not need and how couldn't they evaluate the role of YIVO. Nevertheless, it seems that Mickiewicz was not set to undermine YIVO as such, and only vexed by Lehrer's stance, because in the several months that preceded the Nazi occupation of Lithuania, Prelutsky was able to reconsider with him and lead the institution to certain normalcy. He even achieved what the renaming of the institute. From that third museum and library of the Institute of Lithuanian Studies, it was renamed the Institute of Jewish Culture, which is officially the last name of YIVO under the Soviets. And what is very funny, that Lehrer himself in his time proposed similar name, but only with one small addition. He proposed that the institute would be called the Institute of Jewish Proletarian Culture. And in his project, he motivated it by such words, Jewish, and I quote, Jewish Scientific Institute was established in 1925 by a group of bourgeois scholars and pedagogues. It became the most reactionary, quasi-scholarly institution in the Jewish street, etc. So only the proletarian reorientation could save it, in Lehrer's words. But it wasn't renamed that, only the Institute of Jewish Culture. Notwithstanding the bureaucratic obstacles, I would only add that, needless to say, all Institute's Yiddish correspondence and documentation were performed in Soviet Yiddish orthography. And this is small monographs of Noach Prelutsky, Yiddish phonetic. please pay attention how Noah is written. It's just so barbaric in regard of what was the usual writer's transcription of his name, but he prepared this small book like as an instruction book for his teaching at the university, and it could be only in this orthography. But the Institute still was luckier than other organizations of the Jewish culture. The aforementioned Prelutsky report from middle June of 1941 says that during the year under the Soviet administration, the Institute, I quote, took over libraries and archives of various organizations and individuals, in total 15,000 books and several tens of thousands of manuscripts of literary and cultural value. What this really meant is clear from his earlier April report describing his trip to Kaunas to evaluate the materials of the former Jewish Historical Ethnographical Society of Lithuania. He listed the found printed and manuscript materials, as well as bookshelves, bookcases, etc., and resumes. All that could be brought by one lorry. It needs to be done as soon as possible. Please confirm that the Academy is ready to take over all those possessions and transfer it to the Institute. In this case, YIVO Institute. Even before that, in September 1940, Lehrer, then still in charge of the institution, requested from the head of the city a permission to transfer into the building on YIVO an iron strongbox that was left after the liquidation of IKOPO, Jewish Local Committee. And more such materials from other Jewish institutions were requested or really transferred to YIVO. The Prelutsky, who was even able to receive from a former Hebrew school, transformed into a Yiddish one, more than 1,000 Hebrew books, although the Soviet authorities were obviously not in favor of Hebrew literature. And I'm saddened to say that thus the Institute became a willing collaborator of the regime in proclaiming itself the heir of the continuously closing Jewish organizations. Kalman Weiser, who is a researcher of Prelutsky and great critic of him, goes as far as to speak of Prelutsky Faustian accord with the Soviets. Partly it was an attempt to save these remnants from full annihilation, but partly a strive to secure YIVO's own institutional survival among cultural clingings of the Soviets. Indeed, it was increasingly looked upon, YIVO was increasingly looked upon as the only hope for the Jewish intelligentsia. In the end of January 1941, a former teacher, Zelik Tatarsky, wrote to YIVO, as he still called it, a letter in Yiddish on behalf of all the teachers of Jewish disciplines who lately lost their jobs, inquiring if there was a chance to find employment with the Institute. Do I have this slide? I'm not sure. Yeah. This is, of course, oh no, it would be better not to show it. You cannot see it, but it's also in Soviet orthography and with Soviet rhetorics, but still, and finished by socialist greetings, but of course it didn't help. Nobody among the authorities was inclined to expand the staff of YIVO, rather otherwise. On the other hand, the report of Prelutsky mentions many teachers, writers, artists, scholars, and students who used the library and reading room of the Institute, and we do find proof for that among the documents. But the proof itself is sometimes sadly funny. For example, recently I found a letter when one Jewish director of one of Jewish schools, Yiddish schools of course, left in Vilnius, asks the YIVO to give one student a possibility to study anti-religious literature in the YIVO collections. I see that, as I expected, I will not, absolutely not be able to read all I prepared, so I'll skip and come more to the conclusions. And let me just check. Yeah, those are those letters. Yeah, I'll come to this. This is actually what I cannot leave behind. This is the aftermath. Of course, we know what happened to YIVO and what happened to its people under the Nazis. It's not my topic, but it was not the fully end of the Institute. Or at least it was hope for survivors that it is not a fully end. Of course, from all the personnel of YIVO, you may say that only Max Weinberg survived. Kalmanovich, Lehrer, and others perished. Prelutsky was tortured in the first day of Nazi occupation, and letters from the university didn't help. He was dismissed like other Jewish personnel of and students of the university, but the university tried to save him as a person, physically save him. It didn't help. So everything was just tragic and bleak. But a group of survivors in 1944, let me just tell the story and not read it. They came to Vilnius, and it was a strange group of people, a mortal group of people who were, before the war, not so friendly and not formed any coherent group of people. One of the persons was Abba Kovner, who wasn't a YIVO person before the war. Another was Avrom Sutskever, who was a poet, a partisan, actually fought for hiding Jewish cultural treasures from Nazis, and yes, he was connected to YIVO in the pre-war period, but in the ghetto, he and Kovner, as it is known, were not so very close. However, the situation after the war is different, and they pen nothing can be seen. They penned this document, which would be my actually conclusion, to the Soviet authorities. They call themselves the Commission for the Rescue of Jewish Cultural Heritage, and as such, they appeal to the authorities to get permission to restore the Institute of Jewish Culture, as they call YIVO by its last name, and to continue its work. They didn't get a positive response, of course, and the only thing they were permitted to do, which is not a small thing, is to establish a Jewish museum, which was closed in 1949. But my story is about the document itself. This memorandum was written in Yiddish. We even know whose hand it is, in a very, very clear and understandable Yiddish, and translated into Russian. And the Russian text is just broken. Other versions of words are presented. They were obviously looking for the most fitting, rhetorics for the Soviet authority. They were not very versed in this rhetorics, but they wanted to find the way to influence the decision. And what I was amazed to learn from this document, that they didn't just appeal for a restoration of Jewish institutions or even some Jewish institution. No. YIVO, suddenly after the war, became not only the lost collection and lost archives, but also the symbol of all that was lost. And of course, they were not successful, but this was the moment after the war from which the memorialization of Vilnius YIVO began. Thank you very much.
As we're relatively short on time, we'll have some 7, maybe 10 minutes for questions. So I'll open the floor.
Thank you very much for your presentation of the less known part of YIVO's history. I've got a question, if you know if YIVO in general or individual scholars from YIVO tried to document what happened to the Jews in German-occupied Poland in 1940-41, or did they have contact to those who documented, to the Komitee zu sammeln, where Simons, Segalovich and others were active in Vilnius? Could you tell something about that?
Yeah. As far as I know, YIVO wasn't directly involved in these activities. When the waves of refugees from occupied Poland Jewish refugees became just coming into Vilnius, the Jewish community and the Red Cross of Lithuania worked together to try to accommodate them, and the burden of this work mainly was left with the community. We do have many in the Central State Archives of Lithuania and at the National Library. We have many documents on this. We were able to form a picture how effective the community was in establishing those systems of aid of different kinds, housing, food support, kosher food for the refugees from the yeshivas, and so on and so forth. I personally didn't find any document of YIVO involvement, except of course taking in some personnel from the refugees. This is not a small thing, but this is all I found.
Thank you, Lara. My question is, what specific was in the policy in comparison to other Lithuanian institutions? What specific was in Jewish approach to the YIVO in comparison to other academic institutions in Lithuania? In this year, the closing of the institutions, what was specific Jewish about YIVO? And the second question, it is maybe comment. Who from the Soviet, real Soviet researchers were involved from this proper Soviet Union, from Kyiv, Minsk, and someone remained? Not during in the 1940-41, or all of these people who reorganized YIVO were not from were not Jewish researchers.
On the second question, I may answer that I have no knowledge about that, not whatsoever. About the first question, what was specific in approach of those authorities to YIVO, I tried to show that even if they just mechanically closed other institutions and without any regret or any hesitation, here, yes, indeed, in the beginning, they enlisted one expert for assessment of the collections of, let's say, the Historic Ethnographic Society and the Strashun Library and the Mefitsea Skala Library. But with YIVO, as I tried to show, the process was longer. They still didn't know what to do, and this was, in my opinion, not because the YIVO collections was special or it was or they knew about something about those collections that was special. No, I think they were aware of the weight of YIVO, of the symbolic weight of YIVO for a Jewish, actually even broader community than only community of Vilnius. They hesitated more what to do with this, because they obviously they couldn't give the YIVO the status it had, couldn't acknowledge it, and it had no place even in the Soviet system. If you have the Academy of Science, right, in the Soviet Lithuania, you cannot have anything equal to that, let alone Jewish, right? So they just didn't have a decision for YIVO. But this is, in a way, is the special position, not special position, but indeed special place of Yivo that was, even without such obvious reflection, recognized silently, recognized even by the Soviet authorities in their hesitations. I think so, I'm not sure.
Thank you for the presentation, and I have a question. What was the reaction of EVO members to the German invasion of the Soviet Union in Lithuania? What were their responses? EVO members. What was the reaction of EVO members to the German invasion of the Soviet Union in Lithuania? How did they respond? Yeah.
Partly, as I said in my paper, they just tried to adapt. We don't know any, at least I haven't seen any letters of protest or somehow opposing the authorities or the regime or something. Not that they didn't exist, I didn't found them, but I see some logic in that. As I said, before the second Soviet occupation, there were also perturbations before that, and the refugees from Poland, and the Lithuanian year that needed to just learn Lithuanian. By the way, learn Lithuanian just to begin to correspond in Lithuanian and to make letterheads and everything. And this is another regime. I think it was a time of the total shock for everybody. One thing, and another thing, I don't think that Lehrer, I know for a fact that such person as Lehrer wasn't the only socialist orientated person. They didn't expect atrocities from the Soviet regime. They didn't, even after Raiņa was taken and arrested, and there were other arrests, they didn't expect it because they were orientated to the Hitler and expected huge atrocities from them if they come, and they were, in their estimation, Soviet regime was like bad for some aspects for Jewish culture, but they didn't expect the total closure of the Jewish culture under the Soviet regime. So I think that not only I didn't find them now, those documents, I'm not sure they exist. Because those documents I referred to, the correspondence with the authorities and so on, they are very, very, how to say, just day by day, they are very thorough. This correspondence is very thorough. I wouldn't think that some of them are suddenly lost, exactly those with the protests and opposition. I don't think those documents exist.
Last question.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick question, but do you think these people who were kind of leading YIVO and negotiating with the Soviet regime to transition and save the institution thought that this was kind of a temporary procedure they were undergoing, and eventually the kind of regime would leave and they would have their institution back? Or do you think that they were trying to transition the institution permanently to something that would kind of serve for the indefinite future?
Clarify a question a bit. So could you because this was not very good.
So the leadership of YIVO that was trying to kind of save the institution by transitioning the ideology and making it work within the Soviet system, do you think that they thought that this was a permanent transition, or that this was something, a kind of a permanent transition that would continue indefinitely, or they were just saving it kind of temporarily?
Again, I wouldn't know for sure, but I would say that Prelutsky was quite prepared to work under the Soviets, and also we didn't find in his papers or documents pertaining to him that the Soviet regime will finish soon. Among other things, Yivo as a representative for the Jewish world, actually, even as early as the 30s, collected literature and was in correspondence with Soviet institutions of Jewish culture, like in Belarus, in Ukraine, and received books from them and so on. It was a neutral material because they wanted to study everything Jewish, and Prelutsky actually was of same position that they need to continue as it is possible to continue, accumulate things and create things under the new rule, let's say, in new conditions that are still Jewish culture. For him, and I don't agree fully with Kalman Weiser, who makes of Prelutsky the full opportunist and collaborator and everything. No, I don't agree. He had a huge responsibility, and I think even what we see about the perspective, right? There is a document that he presented a plan of work to the Academy of Science for 1942. It shows you.
Thank you so much, Laura. And it's my pleasure to present our next speaker. I hope everything works now with the computer. So, next speaker is Dr. Stanislavas Stasiulis from Lithuanian Institute of History. He held research fellowships at Yale University and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. He was also co-editor of two very recent books, one of them by already many times mentioned Zelig Kalmanovich, Hope is Stronger Than Life, Vilna Ghetto Diary, and The Traces of Crimes Do Not Disappear, Mass Killings in the Panarai Forest, 1941-44. And currently he's working on a book about Nazi propaganda in occupied Lithuania. Dr. Stasiulis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and those who are watching us online. I also want to thank to the organizers for gathering us here. We have a wonderful opportunity to present our research and discuss with colleagues what we are doing now. So my presentation is about propaganda in Nazi-occupied Lithuania, and my examples will be based on Lithuanian press published at that time. And I would like to start my presentation with a quote from one Holocaust diary written by Zelig Kalmanovich. So Lara already mentioned him, so I will not go into much details further. But that quote is very important because it illustrates the problem I will try to discuss today. So in his diary, he recalls his impressions about press which appeared just during the outbreak of the war between Nazi Germany and the USSR. And he writes, "The new Lithuanian newspaper came out. We had to know what these people would say. It was all clear. They were faithful servants fulfilling the orders of their masters, but we could also tell what they were thinking in their own hearts. The suppressed hatred had erupted. The idiocy had been revealed. Such things they wrote openly. As I read, I understood their meaning. I do not know what other readers thought. However, the events of the next months, when they began solving the Jewish question en masse in the large cities as well, proved beyond all doubt who they are, what their actions are, and what we are to them." And I think this words written by Kalmanovich very well illustrates the situation in occupied Lithuania during the summer and the fall 1941, when mass Lithuanian Jews massacres went hand in hand with linguistic violence on the pages of the press. And also it raises the question if anti-Semitism and language of hatred published in the press was directly imposed by the Nazis and Nazi censors, or at least minority images, or I don't know, all these images existed before the Nazi occupation among Lithuanian society. And my paper and my presentation will be based on two questions. Firstly, I would like shortly discuss the system of the press, how it worked during the occupation. And later on, secondly, I will by giving examples from the press, I will try to answer the main question, what kind of images were imposed by the Nazis and which images existed before. So let me start with the situation on the ground. So the first Lithuanian newspaper, Į Laisvę, Towards Freedom, was published in Kaunas just 2 days after the outbreak of the war, on 24th of June in Kaunas. And it was published, it already had anti-Semitic messages and features, but it was published even without German permission, because German army was still moving through the country. And it was published by the Lithuanian Activist Front, or LAF. And LAF is a well-known organization. They created in Berlin by former Lithuanian envoy to Berlin, Kazys Škirpa. And that movement is known that they tried to organize a uprising against retreating Red Army. They fought and planned to rebuild or reestablish Lithuanian independence with the help of Nazi Germany, but at the same time, the ideology and all documentations of the LF shows very strong anti-Semitic, xenophobic attitudes. Other Lithuanian newspapers appeared slightly later, about 1 week later, and basically all those newspapers were approved by German censorship. But they also appeared under the leadership of LAF. And so basically there were about 40 different titles during the whole Nazi occupation. Most of those titles were just weeklies, some published not regularly, and only Vilnius and Kaunas had daily newspapers published each day. And as I already mentioned, basically all newspapers was published by the leadership of LAF, and in September, when LAF was liquidated, some of those titles, especially in the smaller cities, they are overtaken by Lithuanian Nationalist Party, or LNP. But in December 1941, when Lithuanian Nationalist Party was also closed, those titles and newspapers was not closed by German censors. They were printing the same titles further. When we speak about that censorship, we can say that for the first week of the war, Lithuanian editors, journalists had relatively freedom to express opinion, because the first degree issued by Germans was on the 20th of June, and with this degree they asked to show for the censorship each issue, each article for the review. But before that, each issue, each article was also approved by Kaunas City Military Commandant's Office and its press department, which also oversaw the liquidation and seizure of assets of Soviet press and propaganda institutions such as editorial office of Communist daily Tiesa, The Truth. They also supervised radio stations in Vilnius and Kaunas, also Lithuania news agency Elta, and even provisional government were discussing to create a Ministry of Propaganda. However, they declined this idea, and instead of this ministry, they created the Board of Culture, Labor, and National Education, which basically oversaw the Lithuanian cultural institutions, as well as activity of other different political, social organizations in the country. So I already mentioned, basically after 1 week, German occupational authorities introduced a decree that each publication, each prepared issue of newspaper used to be shown for the review for the censorship. And different propaganda departments and branches were also established in Kaunas, Vilnius, and in the smaller cities. And the main functions of these departments were, as I already told you, to review material, also to provide guidelines for local editorials, offices, journalists, and supervision of the press, of course. The control of the press then further after liquidation of the Lithuanian provisional government and closing other institutions. So, for example, on 15 August 1941, Germans closed Lithuanian news agency Elta and replaced it with subdivision of DNB, Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro, which provided the main information speaking about international relations and war. Later on, the German occupation authorities created a press union, which also controlled the local press printing houses and its administrations, both ideologically and financially. The practical guidelines prepared by German propaganda censors depended not only on the messages which used to be transmitted in the press, but also on the ethnical groups to which they were addressed. And this issue was very vivid in Vilnius, where Lithuanian daily Naujoji Lietuva, New Lithuania, had relatively more freedom to form content, while Polish, Belarusian newspapers were basically totally under the German censorship's control. The relations between Lithuanian editors and German censors were very intensive, and usually Lithuanian journalists and editors in their memoirs or letters, they underlining that, for example, German censorships usually ask not to use a word capital in the articles about Vilnius, not to use terms Lithuania, Lithuanians, and instead change it to Ostland or we. Also, German censorship asked to review and to look up at the translations of the text printed in Germany, in German press, and that was also the case because once Naujoji Lietuva, New Lithuania, republished an article from official SS newspaper, the Schwarze Korps, and that article was about what will look Eastern Europe after the war, and this article underlined that if Germany will win, so all the East territories will be Germanized and colonized by Germans. So editorial office of Naujoji Lietuva republished, translated and republished that article in Lithuanian Daily. It was that issue was of course, was very popular among Lithuanians, and it was all sold out. But again, Lithuanian editors and journalists get into the conflict with German censorship. But when we look at the end of the conflict, there was not any huge penalty from the German censorship side. They asked just to publish a short message that article was misunderstood, that the translation was, it was translated bad, misunderstood, and to apologize to the readers for this misunderstanding and mistake. So this case also allows to illustrates that sometimes Lithuanian journalists didn't listen to those guidelines, and they can go a bit to the direction they want. And Juozas Braužaitis, a former acting prime minister of the provisional government, in his memoirs, he, for example, he underlines that the daily newspaper Laisvė published German material, but only in the scale sent by DNB. So my question is, what wrote another material? Who created and published it? And also, what were the private opinion of the Lithuanian journalists? Were they anti-Semitic? They had anti-Semitic views and worked in the newspapers, or they just expressed the language asked by censorship? And we have more information about daily newspaper from Vilnius, Naujoji Lietuva. And for example, one of the leading figures who stood behind this newspaper was Rapolas Mackonis, a journalist and writer who was also among 46 Lithuanian intellectuals arrested and deported to Stutthof concentration camp in 1943. And in a diary written by Mackonis reveals not only daily tasks met by the press in the German occupation, but also his opinion regarding Lithuanian Jews and massacres regarding Lithuanian Jews. And on 25th of August 1941, he made an entry in his diary expressing his opinion about ongoing massacres, and what he expresses doesn't look differently to what he published in the newspaper. So I'm quoting, "Every day we hear more and more about the indiscriminate settlement with the Jews. Where it happened in one town or another, we might call it a prank, a hooliganism, but when it comes to settling with the Jews all over Lithuania, cleansing them is a historical necessity. For centuries, the Jews have possessed the body of Lithuania like lice, but the moment of disinfection has arrived, and it is being done without any thought as to what will come of it." And Rapolas Mackonis was not the only one who expressed such views as it was published in the newspapers privately. Another contributor to Naujoji Lietuva, Zenonas Blinas, the Secretary General of Lithuanian Nationalist Party, also wrote a diary recording his thoughts about political situation, about various rumors spread over the country, and he also expressed his opinion about the ongoing massacres, and he declared, I'm quoting, that Jews should be killed instead of Lithuanians. Another case was Vytautas Reivytis, who was the chief editor of the short-lived magazine Police, The Police. He was the director of the police department, And that magazine expressed admiration to the National Socialism, declared that the Jews were a criminal nation, and Revitis is well known as well because on 16th of August 1941 he issued a decree to gather all Jews in the province, and this decree basically exaggerated the Holocaust in Lithuanian province. So this example shows that what was published in the press was not only imposed by Nazi censors, but at least some of the journalists or editors, they used the same language in the private space. And now I would like to go a bit to discuss a bit more about the content. The intensity of anti-Semitic propaganda in Lithuanian press went from different stages, but the most intensive was during the summer and the fall of 1941, when approximately 156 Lithuanian Jews were exterminated across the country. And like I told at the beginning, these massacres went hand in hand with the linguistic violence on the pages of the press. The depiction of the Jews as a parasite, exploiters of Lithuania and Lithuanians, as I already mentioned from the quote of von Skonit's diary, was very common in the press, used in the press. And it was also was a common tradition of anti-Semitism from the 19th century. The examples from the folklore or texts written from at the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, were used in the press on regular basis. And for example, Naujoji Lietuva had even a special column under the title "From the History of Lithuanian Anti-Semitism," and it was prepared by Zenonas Bielinas. And in this column, he published different quotes, different texts from texts written by various Lithuanian intellectuals during the period, as I told, at the end of 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century. Another common stereotype in the press was the image of the Jews as the main competitors in trade and business. And this stereotype also has roots in 19th century, but also was very vivid during interwar period in independent Lithuania, especially among the members of Lithuanian business union and its newspaper Verslas, or the Business. And this stereotype in the press during Nazi occupation was usually used as a justification of removal of the Jews from the life of Lithuania and Lithuanians in order to get control and get into the business and into the trade. According to one article I'm quoting, after long struggle and hardship, the economic chains that had been placed by Lithuanian Jewry finally fell from Lithuanian hands. It was not the Lithuanians alone who broke these chains. They were broken by the honorable German army, and after 23 years, Lithuanians were freed from the economic slavery of the Jews. Today, in the blue skies of Lithuania, from the edge of the silent lakes to the shining sea, from the north to the south flies a flag splashed with the blood of activists and inscribed with the words "Lithuania for Lithuanians." End of the quote. However, the most common and most vivid anti-Semitic image was, of course, the myth of Judeo-Bolshevism, which used in basically in each article related with the Soviet occupation, Soviet Union, etc. But this image and this myth and stereotype was also not, it was also an essence of a Nazi propaganda, official propaganda at that time, but it was also not introduced by the Nazis. It existed among Lithuanians before the war as well. And this stereotype became especially strong, of course, when the USSR occupied Lithuania in 1940, and historiography usually underlines that the conflict and antagonism between Lithuanian Jews and Lithuanians became stronger due to different geopolitical orientations at that time. But when you look close at the situation in 1940, even those Lithuanians who had pro-Soviet political orientation, even among them you can find anti-Semitic feelings. So this stereotype was also exploited by the LAF, which stated in their documentation that, I'm quoting, that the communism is a tool of international Jewry to control and oppress the nations. End of the quote. So during the Soviet occupation, it existed, but existed on the margins of society, and during the outbreak of the war, this stereotype was expressed openly, and according to editorial printed in the first issue of Laisvė, Towards Freedom, I am quoting Jewish buddies of the Bolsheviks for whom communism was the best tool to exploit and rule others, also running heads over the heels. This is because Bolshevism and Jews are one and the same inseparable thing. And Naujoji Lietuva, New Lithuania, even went further and called the readers to annihilate Jews. I'm quoting, "Down with the communism, down with the Jews. New Lithuania, having joined Adolf Hitler's New Europe, must be clean from the mud of the Jewish communism. To annihilate the Jewry and with it communism is the first task of New Lithuania." End of the quote. So this editorial with the open call to annihilate Lithuanian Jews was, I would say, was exceptional. However, it also, we can say, it started a new language used in the press, which could be described as a language of genocide. And these articles, this language is related to the restrictions, articles about the restrictions against the Jews and about information of creating ghettos in different cities. So basically all this information about creation of ghettos in different cities, information about restrictions, for example, to issue to wear badges. Usually newspapers published these official orders and restrictions and rules in a very neutral way, I would say. Of course, there was no concrete and detailed messages about ongoing massacres across the country. However, all these restrictions and everything was also described in editorials in the positive outcome, as a positive outcome. And for example, numerous articles underlined that the labeling of Jews or the isolation in the ghettos, I'm quoting, allows for the Lithuanians to know with whom they used to be careful. They also stressed, after the creation of the Vilna ghetto, they also stressed that Vilnius, I'm quoting, is becoming clean and cozy as the churchyard in Lithuanian village, supervised by the good and attentive priest. announcements about new prohibitions and articles about isolation of Jews in the ghettos went with the warnings not to help victims of the Holocaust imprisoned in the ghettos, and usually articles underlined that those who bought food for the victims or tried to rescue a victim in any way, they usually announced publicly, named as the traitors of Lithuanian nation or described as the profiteers. Most importantly, the exclusion and isolation of the Jews was seen as a fresh new beginning for Lithuanians and as an open window to get into business and trade. As it was concluded in one article, I'm quoting, finally we see a town without the Jews, a market without Jewish shoppers, and purchase without negotiations. So my conclusion is that it is hard to measure the efficiency of these articles and this material published in local press. However, these messages, these articles definitely fueled the atmosphere in the society, which was already heated. Also, the press, the media was controlled by German occupational authorities, but it would be wrong to say that everything was imposed by that censorship. And as I already quoted from those examples, a lot of material published during Nazi occupation was taken from the earlier period, from the tradition of 19th century anti-Semitism in Lithuania, or even independent Lithuanians period. And what is more, I would say what is more new, or at least was not publicly expressed before the Nazi occupation, that open justification of the genocide when Jewish community were imprisoned in the ghettos, or they used to put badges. So these articles, I mean, was a new stage in the Lithuanian anti-Semitism. Thank you.
As we have a lot of time for questions, I will usurp the mic that I already have, and I'll ask two questions. So one, quite often there are a lot of similarities between Latvia and Lithuania. So in Latvia we had an institution called an Institute of Anti-Semitism. It was led by prominent, maybe most prominent interwar era anti-Semite, Jānis Dāvis, who coincidentally was also the main sponsor of Latvian University, and whose name you have there on the plaque. So he was publishing a brochure almost every 4 or 5 months, which was based most on his pre-war writings. It was not republication of Nazi materials, it was purely his authentic original anti-Semitism, and it was almost a one-man show. Yeah, so were any similar examples in Lithuania? That is one question. And another, you said that this editorial about extermination of the Jews in Laisvė newspaper, I think, or Naujoji Lietuva, it started a new era. Did we have cases of editorials or anti-Semitic articles being circulated around the regional press? Because we have several cases when the same article appears in Latvia in one newspaper, then in 3 days in another newspaper. All of them are not signed, but hardly these can be, not originating from one source. Yeah, so if you can comment on that, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I will start with the first question. Yeah, I know that there was an anti-Semitic institute in Latvia at that time. Lithuania didn't have the same institution, but we had Nazi occupational authorities established very similar. It was that institution was established after the provisional government was closed, and it was called Lithuanian Studies Bureau. It was established in Kaunas, and basically the main task of that institution was to collect material about Soviet occupation. But they made a huge exhibition at the beginning of in 1942, and that exhibition was shown not only in Kaunas but in Vilnius, in provincial towns. And that exhibition was also about the Soviet occupation. But when you look to the catalog of that exhibition, I couldn't find out anywhere pictures of that exhibition, how it looked like. I don't think so. But the catalog, when you read the descriptions of each room, so you can see the same myth of Judeo-Bolshevism. Also the same Lithuanian Studies Bureau published books and articles. Again, they collected testimonies about Soviet occupation. And also when you read those testimonies, basically in each article, in each testimony, you can find the same thing that Jews are, the same image of Judeo-Bolshevism. And it was interesting that after the war, during Cold War, Lithuanians who lived in the United States, they decided to publish one volume of those testimonies in United States. But when you are opening and reading that volume published in United States after the war, you cannot see those anti-Semitic messages. And introduction was written that we decided for the memory of all the victims of the communism, we decided to publish in United States at least one volume of those testimonies gathered and collected during Nazi occupation. But unfortunately, we need to make huge corrections in this volume, and we couldn't publish the same material in United States, the same material we published in occupied Lithuania. So it was not directly anti-Semitic institution, but the activity and the content was also anti-Semitic. And your second question about the material, yes, some of when you're reading the main daily newspapers printed in Vilnius, Kaunas, and later on you reading some smaller weeklies published in smaller towns, you can see that some of the editorials, some of the messages, they are repeating. But still, you can. They try to make those editorials, write editorials by themselves. So some, I don't know, I didn't find how they decided to republish, which editorial was important to republish, but you can see that some material is repeating, but still, even those small newspapers which appeared weekly or monthly and which were published in the smaller cities, they also tried to prepare their material, not only to publish content from different bigger newspapers. So yeah.
First of all, thank you so much. And the question is, do we know anything about the perception of these articles, of this propaganda by its audience? Maybe some responses, some letters to editorial board, or I don't know, maybe some diaries entries and so on. Thank you.
So perception, speaking from the victims of the Holocaust, so I found this is actually the best quote, the best opinion I found from the perspective of the victims of the Holocaust, because usually in the diaries of the victims of the Holocaust underlines that they are publishing those anti-Semitic articles, but when we read, we can expect what they are writing about us. Now, speaking about Lithuanians, I found some Zenonas Blinas, which I mentioned already. He also wrote a huge diary, and he sometimes wrote his reflection about the articles and discussions in the press. So sometimes he said that one or another journalist or editorial wrote an article which you cannot even read. This is nonsense. But you can not took him very seriously, because he himself worked for this newspaper and worked in and he himself provided anti-Semitic material. So, but and speaking from German perspective, I found several security reports which were written about the propaganda, about the press. Is it works effectively or not? But these reports basically are written at the end of occupation, and they usually wrote that, for example, that newspaper Naujoji Lietuva, New Lithuania, they are working quite good, they are preparing quite good material. But for example, as I told you, like in regards Polish or Belarusian newspapers, we should work with them more directly and put more strict guidelines for them and look to what they are preparing more closely. So that's my, I mean, you can find perceptions, views, but not so many that you can make very huge conclusions about that.
Yeah, thanks for this really interesting presentation. I just, for clarification, had the question, do these papers openly talk about mass killings? About mass killings in public, right? So I'm just sort of curious, that's really discussed in detail in these papers. And just now, the question about perception, I wonder, is there also a Catholic press, or like monthlies, or sort of more in the Catholic milieu? And I'm sort of wondering, maybe you have looked at it, if there's like coded language, or what do they write? And just another brief remark, you mentioned this exhibition. Maybe it is the exhibition called Soviet Paradise, in quotation marks. This is an exhibition, I only know this because a Jewish resistance group in Berlin tried to blow it up, right? And maybe this is this exhibition, and I think that is actually documented, at least for Berlin.
So regarding, when you are reading the press, you actually cannot group it into the different political field. I mean, those images, stereotypes, they are repeating. And what I mentioned here, it is just a part. There are, of course, plenty of them. So I wouldn't group them into the political. However, when we speak about Catholic Church, I just remember there's a diary of one priest who reads quotes in the press taken from Mein Kampf, and he wrote in the diary that what Adolf Hitler wrote is actually he was correct. So you can find those perceptions from the church by reading some diaries from different persons, but I wouldn't group. And regarding the exhibition, I think, I couldn't find direct evidences that it was copied, but there's memoirs of the former head of that Lithuanian Studies Bureau, and he wrote that when we opened that exhibition in Lithuania, and we get a huge attention from the Lithuanian society. Germans from Berlin, from the Ministry of Propaganda, came to us, to Kaunas, and they plan to make traveling exhibition on the same topic for German visitors based on this exhibition, but however they didn't succeed to finish it because the Red Army came and occupied Vilnius and Kaunas, and these plans was closed. Yeah.
Thank you, Stanislavas, for a very much needed work. This is a gap in historiography, and we don't know much about it. That's why I need to tease you. Sources. You mentioned the newspapers itself. You study them closely. You have some memoirs. Is there any archival material, meaning editorial staff discussions from the German side, maybe? When they say, the Germans say at the end, we were too lean. We were not strict enough. Mm-hmm. So this is telling, right? So do we know anything concise about the relation between those censors from the Presseabteilungen and the Lithuanian journalists? Mm-hmm. So sources. Second, personnel. You have 40 newspapers, you say? Who wrote? Who worked there? Which kind of personnel were? And who selected them? And were there changes over time? Personnel-wise, you mentioned LRF was forbidden in September, LNP in December. In the newspapers I looked through, there were no changes actually. Just, didn't make a difference. Didn't make a difference. But of course there were changes over time between 41, you talked mainly about 41, and then 42, 43, 44. 43, a few were arrested. Mm-hmm. What did the others do? Did they continue? Did some of them go underground? There was a wealth of underground newspapers in 43, 44. Yeah. What happened with them? Eliza was then against the Germans. Yeah? So tell us a bit more about that. So it's sources, personnel, and time changes. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a topic which all the material is very scattered among different archives, even in Lithuania. For example, if you are ordering one file and it is written like about editorial of Naujoji Lietuva, so sometimes you are taking and when you are opening that file, you are looking at the material about Vilnius municipality. So those descriptions, archival descriptions in Lithuania about this Nazi period is very mistaken and misleading for the reader. But however, I am collecting all those resources by small, very group. I found some material at Lithuanian Central State Archive. I found some material at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and there's some documents from Berlin to censors and Germans who works in propaganda here in Kaunas. I found also at the USHMM, but these documents came from Russian archives as trophy documents taken after the war. So all these documents and resources are very scattered around, and I'm still, some of the things you asked, I already, I have stronger opinion and have more bigger image, but still I am collecting and working on the bigger issue. And there's some questions for me which I need to answer and to find more material. I cannot write just from one document and make a huge conclusions. And about personal, this is also related with the resources. Because when you are looking at, for example, at one or another newspaper, you see that even chief editors can change several times. But I couldn't find the reason why one editor was removed, replaced by another. And, for example, as a case of Naujoji Lietuva, The first chief editor was Rapolas Matskonis. Then he was removed and replaced by another guy. And after some time, he was also again appointed as the chief editor of the same newspaper. But so I couldn't find and also it was the same in Kaunas and in other newspapers. And I think, like, if we speak about those newspapers published not in the bigger cities but in provincial towns, like we spoke today about Jonas Mekas and Biržai. Again, I couldn't find a lot of material about those smaller cities, but I think they just recruited people who was more educated and could write. I think so. I'm not sure if I'm correct, but
because he's just asking, just mentioning the example of Bērziņš, this little shtetl in the north, and they had a local newspaper, and there the staff of the newspaper was the six young men gang from the local LAF. They staffed this newspaper. They took it over. So we know where they come from. They were all extreme nationalists, very anti-Semitic, and Mekas was the youngest one amongst them. But he was part of this group. So there we know it was a takeover by the nationalist groups. They said, now it's ours, and now we use that as a tool of spreading our wisdom.
So yeah, we know who started it, who started and who began. But when we are looking at like more those relations between censors and Lithuanian editorial offices, like you asked why they are changing the people. I still cannot find any document about for what reasons one editor or another editor was removed, replaced, or he was put again in the same position.
Thank you. I have a question about what you know about the censoring process. I mean, were the newspapers had to be put in front of the Nazi authorities first, or was it more like they read it and when they saw something, when it was already published, they didn't like, they pulled it? Because I feel like from their reaction and interaction, you can probably glean how pleased they were with how it was going, and also where they, sometimes wanted to put a specific emphasis on anti-Semitic arguments and stereotypes.
Yeah, each issue, from the beginning, each issue was German censors asked to give manuscripts of the issue, translated into German for the review. And also later on, the published material also was checked if the guidelines and rules and all those remarks put by the censors was taken into the account. And for example, in the case of Naujoji Lietuva, even members from paper brigade, Zeli Kalmanovic, translated from Lithuanian language to German language for German censors, so they could check if Lithuanian editors took these guidelines.
I'm interested in the cartoons, political cartoons. They didn't use any visual in the newspapers, because I know in Germany they did use lots of posters and visuals to show caricatures of Jews.
Yeah, regarding cartoonists and cartoons, not every newspaper used pictures or cartoons, but those who used, especially magazines, published magazines, they use cartoons, and some of the cartoons they just put the same cartoons published in German magazine or newspaper, and some newspaper published cartoons from time to time. For example, even those newspapers I mentioned here, from time to time they published, but I couldn't find more information about those painters who painted that cartoon. Maybe it was like on the pen name, nickname written who painted it, and I couldn't find, because it was not very famous painters or cartoonists who painted it, so I couldn't find this information.
Last question.
Thank you very much for a very informative and interesting presentation. I also have a question about the sources. What do you think? How useful can be investigative files of the Soviet Extraordinary State Commission for your project?
Yeah, thank you. It is a very good question. Actually, from those documents from Soviet interrogation documents, you can find a lot of interesting material and very important material, because after the war, Rapolas Matschonis was investigated and tried by the Soviets. And actually, the diary written by Rapolas Matschonis I found in the interrogation, into the file of his interrogation. It was added as appendix to that file, and you can read original diary written during Nazi occupation period, and it is very valuable material for my research. So I am also not against those files, because you can find a lot of important material and details among those documents.
Thank you so much. So we will have now a 5-minute break, just to rearrange the equipment, and then we'll move to the last session of today before the reception. So our colleagues from a broad spectrum of institutions will present the idea of Museum of Jewish Life in Višķi, in a small town in eastern Latvia, and we're very eager to hear your response. So back in 5 minutes.
So we try every day of the conference to organize an event that is not fully academic, but involves some academic participation and definitely needs a lot of academic input. So we are shameless enough to exploit the presence of such a beautiful pool of intellectuals here to fulfill our regional Latvian and Baltic needs for expertise. Thank you for providing this expertise, and thank you, dear organizers, for allowing us to be that shameless. And so the first discussion we will have is concerning the idea of something that we described as a Museum of Jewish Life in Višķi, which is a small town in eastern Latvia. Those of you who imagine the map of Latvia, it's 30 kilometers to the north from Daugavpils. It's one of the oldest Jewish communities in Latvia, tested in 1755. And the idea to create a Museum of Jewish Life there, which is still a draft name, and you are more than welcome to comment on it, comes from 3 different sides. And so we have people representing stakeholders here. So we have Baruch Chauskin, who is native of Riga and whose family comes from Višķi, and now he's cantor in Jewish community of Osnabrück in Germany. We have Jānis Proms, who's the head of the municipality of Višķi, and represents the municipal power, along with Pēteris Dzalba, who's in the audience and who's executive director of Augšdaugavas novads, which includes Višķi as one of its subdivisions. And we have Dr. Michael Ganda, who's executive director of the Gestapo Keller and Augusta Schacht Memorial in Osnabrück, and who assists museologically and historically, and with whom we also cooperate because some Osnabrück Jews ended up being deported to Riga during the Holocaust, so it's the other way how we are connected to him. And we asked to give an absolutely independent view, professional view from Latvian museum landscape, our longtime friend, Una Sedleniece, who is here with her hat of the chair of Baltic Society for Promotion of Museology, but she's also deputy director of National Museum of Fine Arts, used to work in the Ministry of Culture in the museum department, in National Ethnographic Museum, and so is definitely more than qualified to give her independent remark and reaction to what she sees. Without any further discussions, I give the floor to our panelists. I will be moderating this, and we hope that you will have something to contribute. Despite we have camera here, please feel free to express your ideas, because really we're at the very, very beginning of the development of the project. And that's a good moment to put a foot into the door. So Baruch will speak in German, Dr. Gander will translate him.
ואמרתם כה לחי ואתה שלום וביתך שלום וכל אשר לך שלום. May peace be for you, for your family, and on all way what you have. Višķi is a place, I try, my English is very poor, I try in English, but maybe we move to Germany. Was born my grandma, Chaya Bleiman, in Višķi, 1912, moved to Riga in 28, and she was citizen of Latvia. You see the passport. Where is the Višķi? Višķi is a nice place with a free, wonderful lake. Yeah, on the board you can see. I don't know it. On the board to Lithuania, Belarus, and close to Russia too. And very nice place, shtetl before Second War. This shtetl, like thousands shtetl from East Europe. And it came terrible time before, sorry. It's from 27 picture of Višķi, a marketplace, and you see different people. It was place with a Jewish people, most of people was Jewish, but not Jews, all believers, Latvian, Russian, and this region is typical, and they come together, live together. It was life together. Yes. I'm not alone. So like me, who grandma is today know a lot of people. The Brusdum is from America, Israel, really all families who have roots in Višķi. We try science. We tried in 2012, we found with my sister Sophia one place what we don't know what it was, and one person say it was a synagogue. Today we have only fundament. This came 9 years later, and a big job what we have. I founder and I'm project manager from die Stufen 3 and stairs. What we want? Well, why? Why the need? Why in Vishki? It's not so close maybe to Riga or not so close to Vilnius. Yes, but today we found in 2012 we found wonderful people who live now in Vishki, and together with the people, not only with the political government. You see here the Yanis and Petris. He took time 200 kilometers more come to Riga, but all is with the neighbors. Today we make this together. Today, when anti-Semitism is very strong, unfortunately, yeah, what we want to make not only museum, we want to make where people can meeting people and education place. It's very, very important. Together with Jewish people, Jewish young people, with Latvian people, and Germany young people. You see this from volunteers in this summer was people from Ukraine, from Latvian. He's one wonderful woman, young woman. He was here in Vishki, and he is in the room, Selina. And this, what we're thinking, will be good for memorying for people who was killed, because you can kill 2 times. Physically, it was 41, and second time when forgot the name. It was big, lot of years was nothing. Yes, and we want to make in focus the people who live in Vishki. Jewish people, they have not only birthday and day of the killing. It was families, what they're doing, and it's need a lot of resources. But we hope, with God's help, it will be a good place for this nishamot, for souls from these people, from us, from families. But it's very, very important. We hope this will be good from this region, from Augstdaugava, from Vishki now, and from Latvia. Thank you very much, and shalom.
Labdien, cienījamie dāmas un kungi! Man tas gods šodien uzstāties šajā konferencē un pastāstīt par to, kas notiek Viškos.
And I have a pleasure today presenting to you what goes on in Vishki.
Es gribu atgriezties vēsturē, kas bija 20. 30. gadi, kas notika Viškju pagastā.
And I would like to take a short look at what happened in Vishki parish in 1920s, 1930s.
Tas bija laiks, kad daudzas tautības, ticības dzīvoja viena otrai blakus.
And so this is the period when different ethnicities, different religions lived along one another.
Pie mums bija katoļi, luterāņi, pareizticīgie, vecticībnieki un ebreji.
Catholics, Lutherans, all the believers, Orthodox, and the Jews.
Un katrai ticībai bija savs dievnams un lūgšanu nami.
And so every denomination would have their own houses of prayer.
Bet nāca tas smagais holokausta laiks.
And so when the tragic times of the Holocaust came,
Kad mūsu pagastu arī aizrāva projām mūsu kaimiņus, ebrejus, kuri dzīvoja Viškos.
and so when we're taking away our Jewish neighbors, our people from Vishti,
Un tāpat arī mūsu vietā ir vieta, kur tika nonāvēti ebreji, tie ir kalni Viški.
and so as many places, also our town has the place where local Jews were killed in Kalnavishti.
Bet tā ir tāda drausmīga vēsture, ko mums katram vajadzētu zināt un saprast.
And of course, all of us have to know this tragic history and to remember and to comprehend it.
Un daudz vietas esmu uzstājies un teicis to, ka man ļoti liels kauns par to, ka es esmu piedzimis, izaudzis Viškos un pats esmu uzzinājis kādus gadus 13, 14 atpakaļ, ka Viškos ir bijusi sinagoga.
And I always tell that it's a great shame that I grew up in Vishti, but only about 13, 14 years ago I learned that there was a synagogue in Vishti.
Un ļoti gribu pateikties tieši Baruha kungam, kas ieradās pie mums Viškos un palīdz mums šodien izprast, saprast ebreju kultūru un virzīt mums uz to, ko mēs esam zaudējuši 70 un vairāk gadus atpakaļ.
And so it took the visit of Baruch, to whom we're very grateful, to move us towards understanding the Jewish culture, our own neighbors, and what was lost more than 80 years ago.
Mūsu draudzība ir sākusies 12 gadus atpakaļ.
And so our friendship started 12 years ago.
Un šo gadu laikā mēs esam, es tā domāju, ka esam ļoti daudz sasnieguši tādā ziņā, ka esam viens otru iepazinuši.
And I think we've reached a lot in these years, especially getting acquainted one with another.
Un mūsu tās draudzības kulminācijas tikšanās reize bija Latvijas 100gadē.
And so the culmination was during the Latvia's centenary in 2018.
Kad ieradās pie mums draugi no Nīderlandes un Vācijas ar Baruhu priekšgalā un norganizējām Latvijas 100gades koncertu, kas tika veltīts mūsu ebreju tautai, kas dzīvoja Viškos.
So when Baruch came along with friends from Germany and Netherlands, and the concert for Latvia's 100th anniversary was the concert celebrating Jewish culture in Vishti.
Un tas bija tikai tāds lielākais sākums, ko mēs uzsākām savā sadarbībā.
And so it was the beginning for our close cooperation.
Un tad aizgāja mūsu draudzība starp Osnabrukas novadu.
And so then we had a cooperation between the district of Osnabrück and district of Augstdaugava.
Un tas arī dod tāda sava veida sadarbības iespēju un impulsu ne tikai kultūra vēsturiskajā vidē draudzēties, bet arī saimnieciskās darbībās draudzēties savstarpēji starp novadiem Latvijā un Vācijā.
And it resulted in cooperation not only in this cultural sphere, but actually also in economic cooperation between our districts in Latvia and in Germany.
Pēc tam mums arī izveidojās sadarbība ar ASF nometni, kurā piedalījās Vācijas un Latvijas jaunieši, kas darbojas tieši mūsu teritorijā, sinagogas izrakumos un ebreju kapos.
And so later we developed also cooperation with the ASF organization in Germany, who brings young people who participated in cemetery renovation works, but also excavation at the site of the former synagogue.
Un tas jau turpinās 3 gadi pēc kārtas.
And so this goes on for some 3 years now.
Katru reizi atbrauc jaunieši, kas iepazīst mūsu vidi, iespējas un arī saprot to, kāda bija smaga vēsture tieši mūsu Viškos.
And so every year new young people come and they get introduced to our society, but also to how complicated and how tragic and heavy was history of Vishti during the Second World War.
Un tieši šogad nometnes sadarbības rezultātā mēs atklājām Viškos 2 jaunus objektus, kuros varēja redzēt Višku vēsturi. Tas ir vēsturiskās fotogrāfijas un uzstādījām norādes zīmes uz Holokausta piemiņas vietu, sinagogas pamatiem un ebreju kapiem, ko saskaņoja pašvaldība.
And so this year we, as the municipality, have confirmed the installation, approved the installation of memorial signs or signposts towards the former synagogue location, towards the Jewish cemetery, and towards the killing site.
Un tas tieši apliecina to, ka pašvaldība ir atvērta tieši šo jautājumu risināšanai un šī procesa virzīšanai, lai varētu izveidot piemiņas vietu tieši kā sinagogu un piemiņas vietu tiem ebrejiem, kas gāja bojā Holokausta laikā.
And so it shows how the municipality is open to develop the place of the former synagogue and for it to be as a memory to those Jews who have perished, who were killed during the Holocaust.
Un šajā laikā, 23. gadā, mēs bijām organizējuši starptautisko konferenci, kas bija atbraukuši mūsu sadarbības partneri no Osnabrukas un Viškiem un Augšdaugavas novada.
And so in 2023 we organized this international seminar with the participation of our partners from Osnabrück, but also regionally from Višķi.
Kur arī mēs spriedām un izrunājām šīs tēmas un kādā veidā virzīties uz priekšu.
And so we discussed these topics and how we would like to move forward.
Un tas mums deva arī iespēju, pateicoties Baruha kungam, iepazīties ar doktoru Gundaru, kas nodarbojās Augusta Šakta memoriālā ar līdzīgiem jautājumiem.
And so that's how we developed our cooperation with Augusta Schacht Memorial in Osnabrück with Dr. Gundar.
Un es ceru, ka mūsu sadarbība ar katru gadu vēl stiprināsies un savstarpēji mēs veiksim lielus darbus, kas dos iespēju arī virzīties mūsu tieši Holokausta piemiņas un ebreju piemiņas virzienā.
And so we hope that in coming years we will do more moving forward in developing this memorial and in commemorating the Jews of Višķi.
Paldies.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having the opportunity to speak to you. And as a maybe smallest partner in this cooperation, so we try to support the idea of Baruchowski to keep the memory of his family and of the Jewish people from Višķi village, and to support the community and Baruchowski to develop let's say a living memorial site there. And we are interested to do this, and not just because of Baruchowski and his cantor in our town, but we are interested to do it because we know from our memorial work that in Germany there's very poor knowledge about the Holocaust in Eastern Europe and in the Baltic states too. So there's even poor knowledge where is the Baltic states, to be honest, and if it's possible to travel to here. So it's really, there's a big task to inform about what happened here, but to understand what happened here during the Holocaust, it is very important to know what was there before. So that is the reason why we want to encourage this development of the museum and support it as best as we can to make understandable the way people lived together there until the German occupation. Of course, we don't want, we understand that the decades before are not just a dream for everybody. Of course, we want to give an idea about the complexity of life and of the relationships between the different groups living together in Višķi. And And we know that there's really a big interest. And to give this example here, we just have been here with a group of historians and multipliers from Germany, and some of them teaching in the UK. And for them, it was, for most of them, it was the first time to visit the Baltic states and to learn about the Holocaust happened here. I just counted, we had 5 days, and we visited 7 mass killing sites in these 5 days, but we heard a lot about the living in Lithuania and in Latvia too. We visit both states. And the idea is that we want to continue with visiting the sites, because we understand as a memorial site how important it is to add to the scientific knowledge about history this encounter with the historical sites in our educational task to tell the story of Jewish life and the Holocaust. And as it was mentioned, we had 3 summer camps from Action Reconciliation for Peace with international volunteers, but most of them are from Germany. And the last one was oversigned in April, 4 months before the camp started. This is quite unusual, because this kind of volunteer service is very much in problems by the wars we had now going on in Ukraine. And so there's a lot of interest on the German side, and we think it is very important to develop such a museum or memorial site, because there is no one still. And that is a big lack we have. We can go to a very good museum, and of course we are looking forward for the new museum Jelensky is providing in his team in the next years. But we want to add to this the opportunity to meet the historical site, and of course to learn together there with maybe German international groups about this history. But I want to emphasize on another subject too, because this is the idea that our memory is not just in a way where it's not just national one, because we have a lot of impacts and a lot of cross lines between different countries. So you see me here at the Memorial Day in Riga last year, but I was there because our major and from the peace town of Osnabrück and from the district of Osnabrück asked me to speak there in behalf of the history that Jewish people from Osnabrück have been killed in Riga and in the ghetto and in the different shooting sites and concentration camps. But on the other hand side, I've been presenting there our project idea of Vishki, which was introduced by Baruchauskin, who was born in Riga and now living in Osnabrück. So I guess we want to strengthen this idea that we try to take international approaches and to understand the variety of memories we have in our societies, and not to reproduce the idea that there's a kind of national memory. I guess that is not really, that is not fitting to what really happened in our societies in Europe. And so we hope that we can, develop with the plan developing this, with the idea of developing a museum of Jewish life in Vishki, that we can develop a place to learn about that time and to discuss our reflection on it. And of course, we have in mind that maybe we will learn something for our present dates too, when we have a look how people manage to live together, which challenges they faced and how they dealt with those challenges. And I'm very thankful that we can be part of this project, and we are looking very much forward to your advice, your comments, which help us to improve our ideas on developing this museum. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess Elinsky asked me to tell a little bit more about the ideas. So the ideas that, as Baruch Shoskin pointed out, that we want to that we have the idea that the museum is telling this living together in the small place, Vishki, with about 1,000 people, more, sometimes less, sometimes more. Of course, there was the impact of First World War and so forced migration in the Tsarist time and so on. And but the idea is that we focus on this, how people live together, but we want to focus it from, of course, from the Jewish point of view. So, but the idea is that we really keep an eye not just to tell how Jewish people lived there, but how did they interact and live together with the other groups. And of course, we want to try to use a multi-perspective approach. So, of course, we are happy that there is still research done, for example, on the old believers in that Latgalen region, and who lived in this place too, and that we try to make a complex picture of this place and how people live together, so that we can maybe more understand about the life, how it was there. And I guess as closer we have a look on what life means in that time, of course, I guess as more we get maybe reflecting on our presence. And that is, of course, the second idea. And we have the idea that for this, that we want to make this place in Vishki a part of the memorial places we still have in that region. So, for example, there's an exhibition in a bigger town nearby in Rezekne, the Clean Synagogue, where you can visit a synagogue as it was in that time. And we have in Daugavpils the Mark Roscoe Museum, and we have still a small museum and a synagogue in Daugavpils too. And so that we have the remembrance sites for the ghetto in Daugavpils and for the mass shooting sites in Daugavpils. And so we have an idea that maybe this museum can be a part of a cluster in the region, because we understand that making people to come to Vishki and Augstdaugavas, Novac, that means that it's a longer trip. And so we have the understanding, if we can make it part of a cluster, then it is more attractive to come there for some days and to do, for example, longer workshops there, because if you want to go deeper inside, of course you can't do it in 2 hours, so probably it makes sense to do it in a longer time. And for good luck, Vishki has infrastructure which is not bad, because it's a big technicum which is going ongoing as a new project to modernize it, and which will attract students to go there. And there's still some facilities for people to stay, for a group of young people. So with our group, we enjoyed last week the stay there. So very, very good environment to reflect. And of course, we want to develop ideas how to make it best use for the people in the region, because we understand such a museum is not just addressed to international tourists. It is, of course, addressed to the people in Vishki, in Latgalen, and in Latvia too. And but we want to use this living together, even to bring together international groups to discuss this issue of living together. Is that okay so far?
I think it makes the idea clearer. Yeah, and so one thing to add is that is a sort of one of the starting points for a discussion for us was also the museum called Lost Shtetl, which is created in the Lithuanian town of Šeduva. It's relatively close to Latvian border, which is a huge museum of about, I think, 4,000 square meters, and which is dedicated to the shtetl as a cultural phenomena. And so the idea here was a bit different. We wanted it to be a very local museum, so which would use certain space, and there are ideas of maybe making building a museum on the foundations of the synagogue, or somehow using this locality of the synagogue, but to tell the story, the Jewish history, as a part of a local landscape. And I think one of the interesting exhibitions on that topic in Budapest, in the Ethnographic Museum a few years ago, they had a temporary exhibition about Jewish life in Hungarian small towns, which was actually so successful they decided to make it a part of their permanent exhibition. And so at this point, there are no solutions, only the idea. And so yeah.
So now I would just like to add, maybe because what is really maybe important to know is we experience that traveling from Daugavpils to Šeduva takes about 3 to 4 hours. and but the main point I would like to add is what makes Vyšky different to Šeduva is that Vyšky is there's still a lot of structure left from the old village. And the new village with the Technicum is built a few kilometers away. So we have the situation that we can keep in mind to not just make a museum to tell what you might see outside, but maybe to include the village into the idea of the museum, because people may walk around and get information about the people who lived there and understand then maybe more the dimension of such a village with a majority of Jewish people.
Yes, now it's on. Now, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the impressive presentation. And we could hear a lot of work was done already. And I don't know, how much time do we have left? Not so much. Yes, but actually it would be really interesting if we are gathered in this this audience also to hear a lot from the listeners in this audience, because we can talk later. We also have the possibility to talk about it later. And actually not being able to prepare, I even haven't been to Vyšky in my life, so I don't know. I don't know this place, and this is the first time I'm really hearing about the ideas. Then I took with me, as a museum bureaucrat, I took with me a recommendation which was elaborated by the Latvian Museum Board some years ago, and it is a recommendation for identification, evaluation and decision-making on proposals for the musealization of cultural heritage. And we really elaborated some criteria which should be fulfilled when a new publicly financed, but actually private sector can use those criteria too, when publicly financed museums or memory sites or culture history objects or other type of remembrance institutions should be established? What criteria should be thought about in the working group? And actually listening to your presentation, I was able to pick up a lot of those criteria. So your ideas go in line already with those bureaucratic criteria, because of course I heard some parts of mission statement already of your institution. You haven't written it down, but I have heard your mission and vision, and also something about the message of the museum. If we perceive a museum also as a media, and also it was very nice to hear that you don't know if it will be a museum or something different, because you are in a process. Because we also say in museology that museum is not a target itself. It's just a tool to reach something. And it can be also other type of institution or place, or I like this German word, Begegnungsstätte. It's more than a meeting place. It's something where you really face people nowadays, and where generations meet, and so on. You have professionals on board. It's very important, but I often heard new ideas about establishing museums and so on, but I never met so passionate politicians and also people from the municipalities or governing institutions. It was also a very important source for your project, and I really congratulate you with this. You have, I don't know if I may say, also visible and invisible so-called source community. It's very important that you have those people who can still tell the stories which happened in Višķi and or similar places. So you have some resources, as I heard, in terms of infrastructure. I don't know about financing and other sources. Resources, so it's important. What I haven't heard was actually the collection and collection and I don't know, material or immaterial collection, or what about this, and who is the owner of the collection, if you have something like this, or are you planning to establish a collection, or is it already there? That is, I haven't heard, but probably. Then very important issue is also the audience. You have thought already about the audience very broadly and actually in a very contemporary way. Not only locals, but also you have good connections with young generation, also abroad, and it's also very human and promising approach. So probably, yes, probably that is for now, and let's discuss further. I wish you really all the luck with your project.
Yes, now yes. Thank you so much. My name is Sima Vilkovic. I'm from Israel. I have several suggestions, and I think it can be an amazing project. I was thinking, I need to tell that I'm working in Yad Vashem, in archives, and I'll speak about that a little bit later. I was thinking about microhistory, family story, which is at present time, microhistory research is very much prominent, and it can be very relative to Jewish family story presented in the museum. And I was thinking also about, if you're speaking about the whole village, about kind of Stolperstein or something similar, as in Germany, near each building where Jews live, some signs. I also wanted maybe to advise you to contact Museum of former DP camp in Waldram near Munich, because they established their museum as a place of remembrance and dialogue. And it's very much speaking with what you told about that, and it's actually a dialogue between local population and Jewish descendants, and they made it really, really nice way. I can just give you a contact of them. Also, I think at present day, digital interactive exhibition is very much prominent to be. Maybe if you want to do it attractive for young generation, but I'm not from museology world, but it seems to me it's just demanded at present day exhibitions and historical museum. And also I wanted to suggest, I don't promise anything, but I work in Yad Vashem archives, and actually I'm in the department who can help with the materials for the exhibition, and also for doing research about families connected to the Holocaust era. Thank you.
Yeah, so we actually, this is more Eliana's point. It was you who found out about this Borderland Foundation in Sejny, that's in the very northeastern corner of Poland, very close to the Lithuanian border. So we went there with students 3 years ago, just before the pandemic. And essentially it's a group of intellectuals from theater people, really from Warsaw, who started this in the 1990s. And the idea was not so much to bring tourists there, but to involve the locals, and they've done this very successfully. They also acquired the former estate of where Czesław Miłosz grew up, the famous Polish writer, right? That's part of the foundation now. So and it's actually surprising, it's so close to the border. It's about a, 2-hour drive from Vilnius to get there. It's closer to Vilnius than to Warsaw. And I think that could be really an interesting model. I'm sure they have all sorts of ideas, and we got to see some of that. We participated in workshops, and I don't really think they have a museum. They have the synagogue is standing in this place, but the cemetery has been completely destroyed. The killing site I don't recall where the killing site was, but I think there was very little there. But so in many ways it's a very similar setting, and they very much emphasize the multi-religious, multi-ethnic world that existed there and that was destroyed. And they want to recreate that consciousness, but really among the locals. So I think that could be interesting. Borderland Foundations.
Hello, my name is Lara. I am from Vilnius, and thank you for that presentation and that idea, actually, which is great. And I would like to express my opinion about what you said, that maybe it will be not even a building, and maybe you will include the local the historical infrastructure, right, from the authentic village. And I would be very much for that for two reasons. One is that you can actually, with a little help of added reality, right, other means, just really finally recreate the fine structure of the place when not only Jews but other people who used to live there and are not there now live there. And the second thing why I like this very much is
that from our experience in Lithuania, I don't know about other places, there is a bit said that in several places, for example, synagogues were very, very nicely restored and they stay closed because, or people would think very, just think what to do with that. Yes, maybe there is a concert, maybe there is a lecture, but there is actually no need for that, but at least they are historical buildings. To build a new building and not be sure that it would be visited or just have this, the headache, how to attract people, I'm not sure it is worth the effort. Whereas the authentic territory will be always in use. And I don't know about Vishki, if there is a local school, let's say, it could always be used like a space for conference or seminar or something without building a special structure, and you just visit the place as it was. Of course, I know it's cheap to give advice when I'm not not going to implement it, but I just wanted to express my support for that idea of the museum without a building.
Hi, I'll stand up so you can see me. My name is Benjamin. Thank you so much for the idea and for the presentation. I guess one thing that I would be interested in seeing if I were a theoretical visitor to this museum is kind of how the interactions and intersections between different groups of people you're talking about manifested in the architectural setting. So if there's kind of these remnants of the village, I think it would be very interesting to highlight kind of the ways in which people interacted with the architectural space, the way in which the architectural space kind of manifested these intersections. And again, that could kind of be this, a medium solution to this museum without a building, of kind of highlighting the ways in which different spaces did exist, and the ways in which kind of people interact with those spaces. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Alex, and I'm sorry in advance because my idea is quite raw, I think. But I thought that when I think about shtetl and about the shtetl phenomenon itself, I often think that it's not only about pictures and documents and all, and even not only about the architect, but also about sounds of shtetl, yeah? Because I believe that those times when people of different cultures and different languages, faith, beliefs were coexisting there in Fishki, for example, and other shtetl, it had to sound differently. Like I saw the picture of a marketplace, yeah, for example, and in your presentation, that there was a lot of Yiddish, for instance, and even I know Latvian and Russian and other languages maybe sounded differently, and I believe that unfortunately we don't have any authentic records from those times, but maybe with some help of experts, we have some, I don't know, songs or something, and maybe with help of AI, yeah, artificial intellect, we can recreate something like soundscape of those times and this certain place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Alida. I'm listening to other ideas and I'm thinking about maybe creating opportunities for educators or artists or researchers to come to this site, maybe local from Latvia or Jewish artists or educators or from Germany or, again, this is all just sharing ideas to learn about the site and create maybe temporary installations to sort of think about the history and reinterpret it and engage with the local community. I really resonated with that point that you were speaking about of engaging with the local community. So maybe that might be a way to move away just from a permanent exhibition and think about something more temporary as well.
If there are no other remarks, do you want to react? Except for gratitude for...
Yeah, I guess, first of all, thank you very much for all these ideas. Maybe I will come back to, or I would like to ask you, those who have very concrete proposals, maybe to give me the right spellings that we can use the context you propose to use. We are in a very early stage of developing the idea how it really maybe should look like and work. So this is for us very inspiring that you have shared some ideas we can include in our process when we reflect how to deal best with what we have and how can we implement a way which is fitting to Vishki and to the whole and to the country Augst-Daugavas and to Latgalian, because it is for us very important that we develop it together. And I guess this is something special in this project too, that we have this idea of a participative way approach to work together. So we have the Jewish perspective, the Latvian perspective, and a little the German perspective. So we want to, we see this as a strength, and we want to then to reflect on your proposals in this cooperation we have. And so I guess for the moment, most of your contributions have been, as far as I see, to reflect. And so it's not, I guess maybe you are not expecting a sudden answer. Maybe just concerning the collection, you were asking, there is a small collection still we know that we have some materials besides the historical sites, the village themselves and the synagogue. We have some, in the synagogue is not only the basement left, but there's an interesting story behind this basement. And, but we have still a lot of photographs from the 1920s, and which maybe you saw the marketplaces from that time. So we have visual materials in which we can show, and the Museum of Augst-Daugavas Novac has a collection of some more documents. We have testimonies saved at the University of Daugavpils, and they have a big archive, and there has been research done. So the whole cemetery has been cleaned, and there's been developed a database which is which you may find in the web. So with all the data of the people who are buried there as they are seen, because of course you know about the problem. We don't know if it has happened there, but from other places and from Shedova, of course, we know that the tombstones have been displaced, and we don't know if all of them are there. And we have a lot of feedback from relatives all over the world. Baruchowskin is in contact with some families who would like to share their materials they have left from the family life. So, and we talked to our colleagues in Shedova, and when they started to plan the museum, they had no collection, nothing. And they started, and when they started, it started that people offer things, and so we have, I guess, we have a basement of sources to work on. So we know that we are not alone with no sources, but of course we expect that there is still some research necessary to do it, and that there are sources in archives we didn't worked on today, and so now maybe if I may add, now the most challenge we have now is that we all working together on the project. We are looking for skilled people who would like to be part of the project to bring together all the ideas, because as you understand, I'm responsible for 2 memorial sites in Osnabrück area, and we are dealing with Gestapo history and forced labor, and this is my main task to do this. And so we are now looking for a skilled person who can become the person who continue to bring the ideas together, to start research, and to start developing a concept for the museum. And this is something we are really very lucky if you have recommendations for us on this task.
Okay, if there are no immediate recommendations on a good Latvian project manager, so then probably we can consider this session closed and we can proceed to the festive part of the conference. So probably for closing remarks, Anna, would you like to say something? Okay, so then I will give the floor to Dr. Svetlana Pogodina as a representative of the university to explain us how do we get to the banquet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, for this, the very first day. So I would like to thank all the colleagues, organizers, for being patient, for being on time, almost on time. And now we have a time for reception. It is located downstairs, and my colleague and assistant, Regina, who is sitting there, will show you the way, because it's a little bit complicated. The reception is located in some kind of basement, but don't be afraid. It's clean, it's normal, and the food and wine is waiting there for you. So please, I see you there in a couple of minutes. Thank you once again.